I'm gonna upload. I'm just gonna use Vimeo, whatever. If somebody get access to it, whatever. I'm getting so tired of trying to keep stuff. It is hard to keep your stuff private because I really think like some people. I don't want to call them ignorant, but this can be kind of difficult to understand. Okay, and so I get scared that like, okay, if this falls into the wrong person's hands and they go out here and hurt themselves because they really don't understand kind of what's going on, I feel responsible. I do. But it's difficult trying to keep stuff like between a small group of people. It's hard. It's very hard to do. But yes, I will. Let me see. Let me be sure. Show meeting. Let me make sure. You
Well,
are
my
screen
signal's
recording.
already dropping, so I will
Okay.
probably get kicked out of it here soon. But I will just send you an email and you can send me a link, I guess.
Yes. Are other people are y'all could record too, like for y'all personal records, like if you want to go back and reference it, like you can absolutely, record it, just like don't mass like produce. If you receive the request to record a cloud, yes.
Recording in progress.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Christina, I have a question.
Yes.
What if I filed bankruptcy a year ago because I didn't
Mhm.
know what else to do?
Sure.
Would I send it to them?
Um I'm not understanding. So
Would
when
I send it the FOIA request back to the bankruptcy court? I mean, what would I do
what are you
if
wanting from the bankruptcy court?
well, I wanted what I
Mhm.
really wanted was to reopen it because now that I've learned how to,
Mhm.
now I could do FOIA requests on all the debt that was there.
They already exist. They
Right.
already exist. So like when you go through the front door to the bankruptcy court is operating as a territory also, and you have to understand that. So when you go to the bankruptcy court and they're like, "Oh, it's $300 to file bankruptcy," this is a territory. You understand? So the bankruptcy court is operating as a government agency and it's also acting as a territory because it's collecting a crazy amount of money. They collect money, they can tell you what to do. Okay, you need to show up and show cause in bankruptcy. And y'all know I've been in bankruptcy court like seven times and I learned this. Every time I go in a bankruptcy court, it felt like being in the military back when I got in trouble. And there's one person up there. That one person is the judge, jury, and the executioner, okay? And I don't have any say so. It's whatever they said, I did, okay? So, like, it's the bankruptcy court is similar. So, you don't want to go in through the front door. The bankruptcy estate already exists. Okay, so there is no need for you to go to the bankruptcy court through the front door and file bankruptcy again. It already exists. What you're trying to do is to get the bankruptcy court to go and get the account from the entity that's holding it. So if it's a property management company, if it's a bank, if it does not matter who they are, if they all your utility account, your credit card, your auto loan, your mortgage, all of them are holding bankruptcy estates. The bankruptcy estate is already open, so there is no need. You're just wanting the bankruptcy court to move the estate over from this entity's possession into the bankruptcy court so that you can begin the process of liquidating it or a reorganization. Reorganization simply means everything that your bankruptcy estate is holding, you want it to be reorganized and given to you. That's
I
what
get it. But
reorganization is.
I get it. I have another question in regards to identity theft.
Yes.
The IRS, I've somebody's been working on my social security number the last 2 years, and they're doing nothing.
Okay. Did you know that is it on your credit report?
No, no.
Okay. What company did this to you?
It's two separate. One was a construction, and one was interior design. I don't know who or I don't know what happened.
Okay. And so they're using your a participant as you start AI companion, access
Through the
business
SSA and
intelligence. Uh, I don't know what that means. Let me see. Give me 1 second. What is AI companion? Oh, okay. It's like this
oh,
co-pilot.
it's someone's
Okay.
doing notes or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, I see. Okay.
So my main question, I didn't do borrow from yourself because I
Mhm.
found out about the identity theft with the IRS, and now
Mhm.
I just feel like I'm stuck.
You're not stuck. Okay, you're not stuck. The issue is that the IRS, okay, it's difficult to get, like, how do I want to phrase it? Okay, you're going to the IRS, which is a government agency. You're a government, and you're going to this agency to do your government business. Okay, if this is a democracy, okay, and we're all equal, that means that you're equal to whoever that commissioner is over at the IRS. You're equal to, okay, we're all equal to each other. No one person can exert authority over the other because we're all a government, okay? Now, what these people do when they get into these government positions because they understand, like, oh, I can make a lot of money off plundering and pillaging someone else's estate who does not know that these bankruptcy estates or shells exist. So you're going to a government entity that is serving two masters. It's difficult for you to, like, really do fair interactions with the IRS because the IRS is working for profit. Does that make sense? Like, is it, that's the quasi jurisdiction. So not only are you a government agency, like, your job is to serve. You're here to serve, but you can't carry out that operation. You can't serve because profits is getting in the way of you serving. You make money off of what you're doing.
So is
Okay?
that where you said, Christina, that we need to circumvent that by going through the territory, not sending that packet to
you
the
you
IRS?
you could go to the territory. You could absolutely go to there's a bankruptcy court in the territory. You want to look up the particular company that you want to investigate them. Okay, so go to the Department of State in the Puerto Rican territory, go to Virgin Islands, go to Guam if they have a, and they should because they're territories, but go to their websites, search the name of the company that you're looking for. Now you have proof that this company, every company that I looked up that I had a contract with is in Puerto Rico. Every last one of them. Every last one is in Puerto Rico. And the reason that they go to Puerto Rico is so that they can hide the money that they stole from you. And then once a little bit of time goes past and you don't say anything, you don't need, because you don't know that this bankruptcy estate exists, they claim it. And then they just claim it on their taxes and they pay no taxes on it. They claim it as a part of their estate and they pay no taxes on it. And nobody ever knows that this happened, not even a bankruptcy court, because you didn't tell them. You're the federal agency. So if these entities are violating federal law, the way that you get it is through a FOIA. You need a FOIA to compel them to give you the evidence.
And so
Uh,
then that makes that contract null and void because they're operating under two gods, so to
correct,
speak.
correct,
And we're operating as private citizens under, or private individuals under the Constitution.
correct. You're under the Constitution. Yes, you are under the Constitution, but you kind of got yourself into trouble by dealing with lending money. You didn't know that you were lending. You thought they told you that you were borrowing when in reality you were lending. And the US code says banks are not to lend their own money, because if you lend your own money, what can happen is that it can get lent back to you at interest, and then you end up paying interest on your own money. And that interest that they make off of selling you your own money, they hide it in a shell account out in a US territory away from you. So that FOIA and that bankruptcy is the strongest combo that you have right now to getting the evidence that you need, and they will give it up because they scared. Bankruptcy fraud, like, these are serious penalties. Like, that shit carry like 15 years. Some of these crimes that they commit is like 15-year sentences, 5 years, 20,000, 40,000. The penalties is crazy. And also you can use the UCMJ to your benefit as well, because at the executive level, okay, in the federal corporation, the executive level is the highest level in the corporation, okay, but not in the republic. In the republic, the highest form of government is the local. Local government is the executive government. As an executive, you have your quasi jurisdiction, meaning that not only are you an executive government, but under the Constitution, you were made a militia too. You're a military as well. So
Now,
you have the power of the UCMJ. Most people think of the military. When you say the military, most people be like, "Oh, I never served in the Navy. I never served in the Army." Or no, the Constitution made you a armed force. Those are your two powers. You have the executive, and it's at the local level in the republic. In the fake government, the federal level is the highest level. It's not like that in a republic. So the president in the federal corporation is the highest form of government, okay, at the executive branch. But in the real government, which is the republic, the highest level of government is locally. You're a local government, a local executive government. You also have the power of the military. Should something happen and all three branches of your government is captured, that automatically invokes a military jurisdiction. That was a safety feature placed into the damn Constitution. The country right now is under a national emergency. So what this means, okay, and I had always known this to be true, and I can even show y'all. I have been trying to change my address to a military address. And my husband thought I was crazy. And I had kept telling him, I said, listen, something is wrong. I can't really put it into words, but I don't think we should be using this post office box. I think that we need to convert this address into a military address. And he was like, yeah, I don't really understand. So I was kind of on my own with that. And what I would do is I was doing a change of address with the post office. And I changed my address from just a regular address to a fleet post office, to a FPO post office. So when you look at my address, it reads as a military address because during a national emergency, okay, like this, the corporations got your mailbox. They own it. That's theirs now. It's almost as if they've taken over the United States Postal Service. Like the Postmaster General, he don't have power over the mailboxes no more because we leased them out by giving them everybody our identity, our name, our date of birth, we gave it away. So now when you want to communicate like with the attorney general, with these enforcement agencies, I communicate with them. I talk to them in a military capacity. Like I've already contacted yesterday. I've already sent a letter to the attorney general explaining this to him, that unfortunately, even though it's not really a tribunal, it's void. The contract is void because the Constitution does not allow you to enter agreements where you've given up all three branches of government. But this company is treating you as if it's real. So you have to treat it as if it's real. Okay, they're treating it as if it's real. The contract is void. So in reality, a tribunal really does not exist. They're acting as if it does. So you have to act as if this is a real threat. When I sent a message to the attorney general, disaster council, you can go to the attorney general in a state emergency or even a national emergency. And I explained to the attorney general that I'm trapped in a tribunal, a tribunal that's being operated by a foreign jurisdiction that is also operating as a territory. I asked the attorney general, and the letter is to him in his military capacity, not as an attorney general, because we're in a national emergency. I asked the attorney general for legal counsel on how to break the tribunal. The attorney general can tell you that. That's why they're put there. They're generals, but they're also in quasi jurisdictions too. Just how the attorney general's office hold child support offices, that's a for profit making activity. So they make money, okay? They're supposed to be the legal officer of the state, but also they work for profit out of the same office. So this is kind of bad. But if you speak to the attorney general in his military capacity, he has to speak back to you. He's legal counsel. So he has to answer your questions. You can assign when I called the post office because they was oblivious over there at the post office, okay? When I explained to them over at the post office that, and I try to keep it plain because you don't want these people to think you're crazy. So you have to like word it in a way that's sort of digestible, okay? And so what I did was I asked them that, hey, if ever there was a national emergency, okay, everything would be considered off the books. And they were like, yeah, technically in a national emergency. I said, okay. I said, well, what does that mean for the post offices? Like, what type of address would the civilians use? Because they can't use their regular commercial mailbox. That mailbox will have to be assigned. Like, it'll have to be assigned a different address, which is a military address. And so she was like, "Yeah, I've heard of that, but I don't really know a whole bunch about it." Okay, give me somebody on the phone that knows what I'm asking for, because this is something that the post office can tell you, that in a national emergency you have to reassign your mailbox. You have to do it. You can't do it through a change of address. The change of address, the postmaster is going to undo it because that change of address is in the public. But if you reassign your address privately, meaning you could just type into like a Copilot or Grok. I don't know if y'all know the chatbot Grok. That's a good one. You say, "Hey Grok, in a national emergency, if I'm a civilian, my address is 123 Plum Street in Oregon, in, let's say, Chicago, Illinois, okay? How would I convert this address into a military address?" And it'll tell you, it'll show you exactly how to convert your address into a military address. And so now when you send mail to the post office, it moves faster and it does not go through the same channels that your regular mail goes through. It goes through a different system when that post office, and the president has already declared national, we've been in a national emergency really since 1933. We
I wonder
so
if that's
mhm.
directly connected to, I saw when I did some research on post offices, everybody has a post office that the last four of the zip code is 9998, and it's
Mhm.
directly linked to the processing center of the IRS. And I'm wondering if that, because all of them that end with 9998, when they're directly connected to the IRS processing center, I wonder if that has anything to do with it.
I don't know that to be true. But what you can do is that the post office is subject to FOIA. And so if it's something that you don't know, like that was the purpose of me telling y'all, like going through this with my client and getting this money back out of this bankruptcy estate. And when we threatened them, telling them that we knew that this bankruptcy estate existed, they gave it up to us. They gave it to us. They didn't even put up a fight. They gave that account over to us immediately and told us that, oh, well, oh, am I leaning on something? They gave it to us and told us that here's the bankruptcy estate. Now we have to go and notify the bankruptcy court of its existence because the bankruptcy court don't know about it. So in order for you to be able to make a claim as a creditor against the estate, you have to tell the trustee over at the bankruptcy court to go and get it. They might have to go down to Puerto Rico to go get it for you, but that's for them to worry about. Your job is just to report the account to the bankruptcy court so that oversight can happen. That's why all of this is happening. There is no oversight. And then we're going to these agencies like the FBI. We're going through the front door. Okay, we're going like, "Oh, I was in this agreement with this company and they're defrauding me and they're not going to respond to that because you don't fully understand what's going on. They're not going to respond to it. So what you can do is request, like, the FBI has jurisdiction, especially in when dealing with territories, okay? And so like you can send the Federal Bureau of Investigations to collect certain information from the company. You send it by FOIA request. You send a FOIA request requesting that the FBI retrieve the following records, and you want to go and look at what type of records does the FBI, what kind of records do y'all look for or retrieve. They can audit, they can subpoena, because the FBI got the power of the DOJ. They can do all of that. They can go and get a bankruptcy account. The bankruptcy court can send U.S. Marshals.
Excuse me,
Now,
Christina,
Mhm.
can I
yeah,
ask you a question real quick?
Yes.
How does this work for someone on SSI?
What is it that you want from SSI? Like, why would you? Are they not paying you like they're supposed to?
No, they're threatening to shut it off if I don't send them information because I did the borrow from yourself, and
Mhm.
now the caseworker that's signed to me saying that the IRS is requesting information from like Cash App, like my transaction history, my balance history, and things like that.
Oh
Like
yes.
I'm being investigated
Yes,
on now.
it's a FOIA request. Do a FOIA request because these agencies are not supposed to be talking to each other. You're supposed to be talking to them, but for one agency to go to another and be like, "Hey, is this person over here? Here go her social security number. Here, that's a data breach. That's a data breach."
Now
Yes,
what?
you want to do a FOIA request in that regard. I wonder who over at the IRS went and told SSI because I get it. I get VA, I get all of that. Nobody ever sent any information over to the SSI or to the VA regarding my borrow from yourself. And some of them checks were substantial. Nobody ever sent anything over to them. So you want to
Mhm.
know who within the IRS. It's a particular person, and this is the bureaucracy. It's someone in the IRS that's doing this. Now, SSI granted, okay, some of these agencies that have the bankruptcy estates, like the VA is using, in most cases, okay, in not all cases, because they be using these bankruptcy estates to transfer money places they ain't supposed to be doing. But if the bankruptcy estate exists and it's doing right by you, like it's providing you with what you needed to provide you with, leave it alone because it's supporting me like it's supposed to. But if it's not supporting you, that's the one that you want to go after. Now I'm gonna tell that you got holding a bankruptcy estate because you're not using it for what you're supposed to use it for, and that was to support me. So yes, you're gonna have to send a FOIA to the Social Security because you didn't even did they process your borrow from yourself packet?
No,
No,
it's been over a year, and no,
and nothing was processed. And they're
no.
asking you to show you, oh, let us see your finances. Let us see
Hmm.
what you got, and you never got anything even from the IRS. So yes, that's what I would do. Do a FOIA request. You want to request the specific documents that were sent, records that were sent over to the SSI from the IRS. You also want to know, like, what is the nexus between the IRS and Social Security Administration? Like, what is it that, and they both have bankruptcy estates. That's really the nexus, but we want to see if they'll admit it. For what reason did these two agencies need to communicate with each other?
And I need to send that to SSI or the
Yes.
agent, the administration.
Send it because SSI is considered a government agency. It's considered a federal agency. So it will go over to the SSI, but you want to request. I have to show y'all an example of what I'm saying. Um, I don't think I have a copy on this computer. But when you send it over to the request to the SSI, you can't really ask questions. I got lucky with this one, y'all, where I was just kind of asking them questions and they got so scared that they gave it to me. So you could pull it off, it could work in your favor. If it doesn't, you want to send another FOIA, but you have to be specific in the records that you're asking for. If you could find a U.S. code that corresponds with them having to release certain information to you, you want to request that they send that information to you. Okay, so you want to ask for specific records. I want specific records related to the IRS communication between the SSI office and the IRS. I want the specific communications because you need to see what it is that SSI has. Why are they asking you to give them access to information that is not required? You're not required to give them that, and the reason you're not required to give them that is because of bankruptcy. There is no reason for you to give them financial information in a bankruptcy. You understand? The only reason they would be asking you for financial information in a bankruptcy is if they intend on taking the money or information from you and putting it into the bankruptcy estate that they're holding in your name. Otherwise, there's no reason for them to ask you for this information. But in that FOIA request, you want to know, is there any existing bankruptcies? Also, I would like to know if there is an existing bankruptcy for this account, something to that effect, until I could get an example out to y'all. But yes, a FOIA request to SSI to find out exactly what those documents are, and also request any information related to a bankruptcy estate, because that's your way of threatening the IRS. Like, if you don't be your ass quiet, if you don't shut up, I'm gonna go and
Hey,
tell this bankruptcy court about what you over
hey,
here doing.
Christina.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
you said something that's so powerful. So this is Empress. We talked about this before in one of your other groups. You
Mhm.
said that we talked about when I had told them that my person was dead,
Mhm.
and they sent me a letter in my estate name.
Oh my God. What did it say?
Yes.
Don't give me your name, but
Okay.
what did it say at the end? Did it say bankruptcy estate?
It said estate.
It
It
just
had
said
my
estate.
the full name and it said estate. And
Okay.
so I did the borrow from yourself. They changed my what they did. They changed the number for the foreign grantors to my bankruptcy estate,
The
which was
EIN
good.
number?
Yes, they changed it to the bankruptcy estate EIN, which I didn't understand that.
I don't understand it either.
So what they told me is that they couldn't find the number to the EIN I gave them for the foreign grantors, which I know that's the right number. They just cannot find it
So
because
they
I have the
can't
paperwork here,
find your
and
foreign grantor, which is your
they
90-day
can't find it in the
number.
system.
Hmm.
That was weird to me
That's weird
because
to me too. I don't understand why they couldn't, because your foreign grantor is not linked to your social security
correct,
number.
correct, correct, correct. So they changed it. I guess they maybe used the address that it came from. I'm not sure.
They can't, yeah, they can't, like, you're unincorporated. So just because you have an account at the IRS does not mean that these accounts are incorporated, meaning that they can talk to each other. So let's say you had several bank accounts. USAA, you got Chase, you got Wells Fargo, you got Bank of America. Even though you gave all of them your social security number, they're not incorporated. So they can't talk to each other regarding your account because you're an unincorporated territory. You're an unincorporated entity. But what they do is when they want to exploit you or take something from you or change something, they'll act incorporated. They'll act as if, think of incorporation almost as in like linking your bank. You know how you want to pay for something and they say, "Oh, you can link your bank account." Linking your account to make a payment is an example of incorporation, but you've never done that. You have not done that. So someone is doing it for you. I want to know. Let me
I
Oh,
wonder if
that's
that's that La
crazy.
Rochelle because he keeps showing up on my paperwork.
Oh, I can't stand him. I know him personally. Oh,
See,
I cannot stand.
well,
Oh, I tear his ass
I
up every time. He cannot
I sent a
stand
letter.
me. Yes,
I sent
he cannot stand me. You can look, it's so much, y'all got so much power you don't even know. Especially like with the FOIA request, because like you never gave him permission or access. You didn't ask
exactly.
for an agent. Like, y'all got to think about this, right? Everybody is like the IRS. All these government agencies, their primary product is service, okay? If I come to somewhere that is self-serve, like the IRS is self-serve. I get to make up my own rules, my own tax rules, okay? And when I come over to the IRS to do my transaction, somebody within the IRS is peeking in to see what it is I'm doing, and then they start to serve me. They start to give me service that I didn't ask you for. I did not ask for this. I did not ask for any service from you. I know exactly what it is I'm over here doing. Why are you talking to me? And you can ask them that through a FOIA request.
Well, I asked them why they sent me certain letters. I'm only requesting that you file what I sent. That's it. So I got
Right.
an avenue now. So she said she's going to work on the case and see if they can have it done by May.
This
So
is ridiculous with this hold up with this like it. I'm glad they fired a bunch of people. I'm so glad. It's good. Just go ahead and downsize it because at this point, like this is not efficient. This is not efficient. If I sent information, all it is information. How are y'all punishing people for information? All I did was tell you the assets. We live in a barter and exchange society. All I did was told y'all that assets traded hands and that an entity that I don't have that y'all got. Y'all are holding a damn entity. The entity that I don't have is withholding. So y'all go ahead and release the payment from the entity that I'm not holding that y'all are holding and release the payment to me.
Christina,
It don't take all of this. I'm sorry.
I have a question.
Yes.
Because I think my situation is a little different. I actually, unbeknownst to me, went through the front door in which I had filed bankruptcy, Chapter 7, in order
Mhm.
to save my mother's home, which was in my name.
Okay.
And essentially, they foreclosed on it. The bank the court is hanging on to the surplus funds, right?
Mhm.
And I made an attempt to close the bankruptcy case. They won't let me because the U.S. trustee is trying to tap into the surplus in order to settle the quote unquote false debt. Now, when I sent in my schedules, I sent it in showing me as the creditor, and the judge wanted me to change it to make myself the the debtor or whatever,
Mhm.
which I haven't done as yet. So
Mhm.
I'm trying to figure out how to maneuver around this because they won't let me out of this bankruptcy.
Mhm.
And they took the house anyway, and now they're trying to get the surplus funds.
Okay. You can do a FOIA request. I would do a FOIA request to that trustee. And you request specific records, okay? Because they're saying this is bankruptcy. So you're saying some assets exist somewhere that I am unaware of, okay? Also, in terms of identity, this is an identity issue. Technically, they not wrong because when you go in the front door, like when you file voluntary bankruptcy,
Yeah.
okay, let me see. You're gonna do a FOIA. You're definitely gonna do a FOIA. In the FOIA request, you want all documents, records, everything related to um any information that was submitted, any records that exist between the mortgage company and the bankruptcy court. You want all records, every record. Also, you want any records on
Because I have
can
student
you see
loans that they're trying to tap into. They're trying to tap into the credit card, a car loan, all that kind of stuff to use this surplus fund to pay that down. So I know that's not really what they're doing, but
there's
that's,
not. Yes,
yeah.
you want to expose that bankruptcy. This is the problem with this system, y'all, and this is so jacked up. This is the problem with this system is that they can both act as a government and for profit. And if we go in the front door, they're going to act for profit. Okay,
Yeah.
you can get it closed through a FOIA. I would have to sit and think of like the specific questions that like what records would you request in order to get them to send you. I know you want to ask them about the bankruptcy estate. You want to ask them about the bankruptcy estate that is held by the bankruptcy court, and you want to know about the bankruptcy estate that is being held by this mortgage company, student loan company. It does not matter. You want all records related to those bankruptcy estates because what the bankruptcy court is trying to do, okay, he is aware. Remember, I don't know if you ever heard me say this before. You know how they tell you that a positive account balance is a debt?
Yeah.
Okay, and I've said before that that's a play on your mind, like
Yes.
they playing games, okay?
Yeah.
So they know that these accounts contain money. Otherwise, it would be useless to them. If it's debt, then that means it's worthless. But this is not debt, this is money because you're trying to get it. So what the bankruptcy court, when you go into bankruptcy court, they open up a bankruptcy estate that is a separate legal entity from you. That's an avenue that you can exploit. That while it's true that the bankruptcy court has jurisdiction um only over that bankruptcy estate, okay? You also can send them your, what did you use to open up that bankruptcy, like your passport or your driver's license?
Yeah, my driver's license. Yeah.
Yep, you can give it up to him because that's who he's talking to. You definitely not talking to me. You can give that driver's license and ask for settlement. You can absolutely request settlement in that FOIA because the bankruptcy code talks about settlement. And give them that driver's license because that's who we talking to, that deceit, and you're not talking to me. And the bankruptcy court is here for settlement. That is what it's here for. But he's not acting in a capacity. He's acting territorial. That's why he's talking to you like this. That's why it seemed like he's the judge. He gets to decide.
Yeah.
He gets to
Yeah.
choose. You don't
Yeah.
have any right, okay? This is a territory. So to bring him out of that territorial capacity, the FOIA request has to be structured in a way that sort of exposes this quasi jurisdiction, okay? That exposes that, listen, I'm coming to you in a government capacity, okay, for a settlement. I'm not really sure what else, what other intentions or that you have going on, okay? But in this FOIA request, you want to ask specifically for a settlement and closure because that's what bankruptcy is for. So all of those student loan accounts, those accounts are likely out somewhere in a territory. You want him to go and get those accounts, bring them back, okay? Liquidate those accounts and then close the bankruptcy case. You would have to ask this through a FOIA request. I know I don't have it like exactly how would I phrase it, how would I word it? I would have to make it. But I'm trying to give you an idea of like when you make you see my FOIA request, and this request wasn't even, it's not even structured properly. It's not structured properly, but I got them to give me a bankruptcy estate. I got them to give me the bankruptcy estate, even with a FOIA request that's not like legally accurate. It's not accurate according to their terms. And it doesn't really have to be because I feel like, well, if I'm a territory, I feel like as if I'm a territory, you go get it how I send it to you. But just so that they don't play games, okay? Because what they'll try to do, like with FOIA requests, when you send in a FOIA request, they can invoke exemptions, okay? And this is a part that you have to really understand with this quasi jurisdiction. When you're dealing with a bankruptcy attorney, okay, not a bankruptcy trustee. The bankruptcy trustee is both a U.S. citizen and they're both an American citizen. A U.S. citizen and American citizens is two different jurisdictions. They're not the same. The U.S. citizen is working for profit. The American citizen does not. That falls under the Constitution. Okay, when you send a FOIA request and they say that, well, we're exempt from providing this information, is because they're invoking their constitutional rights. Does that make sense? So, like, if you send a FOIA request and you're asking them to release information that would expose the fact that they're committing identity theft, they're trafficking a person, they're engaged in conspiracy, okay? That's a violation of their Fifth Amendment right to self incrimination. Do that make sense? They have a right to not incriminate themselves. So if you send a FOIA request and they say, oh, well, we're exempting this information, the exemption is a constitutional objection. You see how they're operating in two different jurisdictions at the same time? So if I ask you, because by federal law you're obligated to give me this information, but if the information exposes you personally, you can exempt it because I don't have a right to force you to incriminate yourself. So you can send a FOIA request. I would have to sit down and like think about specific wording, like how the FOIA would be worded. In a nutshell, we're looking for records related to all of these bankruptcy estates. The bankruptcy estate at the school, the bankruptcy estate with the mortgage, the bank. You want all of those bankruptcy. You want all records related to it. Because once you have those records, okay, and then you have this demanding letter, okay, this threatening letter from this trustee, and you want to keep this. You have how they talk to you. You have these accounts. This really is evidence, okay, of this trustee behaving territorially. This trustee is not acting like just a regular public servant. You're not acting in that capacity. So
Yeah,
you want
because
that FOIA request to give you specific information that would implicate this trustee. Now, based upon if you're following what I'm saying to you, based upon the questions that you're asking the trustee, it exposes him to so much liability that he has no choice but to close the damn case because of what you're asking for. So that's why I'm saying when y'all are doing these FOIA requests, you want to really sit down and think about like what is it that I'm asking? What records do I want from this court? Okay, I want any records related to any decedents, bankruptcy estates. I want financial transactions. I want any transfers of property. Okay, you want to be specific. I want powers of attorney. Okay, you want to ask for, I want WABENs, okay, identify any beneficial ownership. If this attorney, if this trustee is operating as a foreign agent, okay, under the foreign agent registration, I need to know that this has been recorded in the Federal Register. It's so many questions you could ask them for in terms of records. It's so many.
Christine,
Mhm.
I'm sorry, Christina, to cut you off.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to give you a minute to go get some water and emphasize what you said. There's
Yes.
something you don't want to say, but I'll say it for you. When you're writing your FOIA request, you want to make sure you ask specifically for what you want.
Yes.
Then in that same breath of that sheet, make sure you imply a question that's not open ended but leads to the answer. You
Yes.
want them to implicate themselves
Correct.
so that way
Thank you.
um, you can
Yes.
have
They'll
record.
give you what you
So when,
want.
because they
That
know that you
FOIA,
know,
yes. They know
know
you
that you
know.
know, and then they'll give you what you want right away. And if they don't, you can then in turn do an affidavit and then pretend like you're taking them to court. And I'm telling you,
They'll let go. Yes, they will.
everything will flood
They will
down
stop.
your
Listen to me. This UCMJ, I'm so glad you said that. Thank you so much. The UCMJ is a powerful tool. And after this Zoom, I want y'all to go look at some of those UCMJ codes because you absolutely can use them to your
that's
advantage.
what I was going
Okay?
to say.
Go look
In
at
that
them codes.
information code,
Some of this shit that they're doing can get them hung. In the military, if you committed a certain crime, and they prosecuted your ass right then and there, and that crime carried a penalty or death, they could kill your ass right there on the flight deck and dump your ass in the sea under the UCMJ. Literally, I'm probably exaggerating a little bit. Okay, this is more part of a more formal process. But if they had nowhere to really carry out, depending on the type of crime you committed, they can kill you right then and there under military law. Military law is the scariest for these people because they can be punished, okay? Not just, these ain't just fines, okay? They can be punished physically, confinement, death, okay? And they do not want that. Another thing with bankruptcy, okay, some of these debts cannot be discharged because of the way by which they were incurred. And you have to be careful when you're reading the bankruptcy code when they say that, like, oh, some debts are not dischargeable because they were created under fraud. So if they were created under fraud, it's not dischargeable, but you will have to initiate what's called an adversary proceeding. In bankruptcy, you can fight them right there in bankruptcy. Whoever it is you take into bankruptcy, you can issue a petition to the bankruptcy trustee and tell them that based upon the identity theft, based upon the conspiracy, based upon concealing the bankruptcy estate. Oh, it's so many crimes, y'all, that I can't even list them all that they have committed, okay? Based upon all these crimes, and remember, you now have the evidence that they committed these crimes because you requested it through FOIA. That's the purpose of the FOIA request. So if you have to go into bankruptcy, which some of these you will have to go into bankruptcy, but if you have to go into bankruptcy, you can initiate an adversary proceeding to bring out in bankruptcy court the crimes that they committed, so that the bankruptcy trustee can say, yeah, we can't discharge this because this criminal. And once it's proven that it's criminal, in bankruptcy court, it's kind of weird because the trustee be like, okay, now prove you didn't commit a crime. And how can you prove that when all the evidence suggests that you did? You didn't follow none of the federal rules and regulations as it relates to securities. They didn't report this to anybody. It's unregistered. All of this stuff that they're doing is unregistered, and the purpose of federal law is so that they have to register certain information with federal agencies, okay? And they did not do that. Part of it is our fault because we were supposed to tell the federal agencies that we're doing business with this foreign for profit corporation or whoever we doing business with, but we didn't. We didn't tell them. So now this is why you have to do that FOIA. Listen to me. That FOIA is a knockout if you know how to construct one in a good way. That FOIA is a knock, and you could do a FOIA on anybody. All of them are subject to FOIA because they're all holding bankruptcy estates. So if you got rent, that rent was supposed to got discharged in bankruptcy, but the property management company playing games with you, telling you that you have a debt when they know that to be a lie through their damn teeth. But nobody knows about the bankruptcy estate. So you want to do the FOIA first. You don't want to go barking and then expose your hand. You want to do the FOIA first and request the records, okay? You want them to, if they do exemptions, if they claim exemptions, now you know you can sue them. They just admitted to you can sue them in a personal capacity because those exemptions are constitutional. What they're saying is that, yeah, we know you trying to request records, okay? But if I release these records to you, it implicates me in a crime, and that violates my constitutional rights, so I have a right to say no.
Mm. Okay. Now, do you have examples of these 4 years in your?
I
This is my
do.
son
Well,
here.
this is one of my FOIAs in front of you, the one that I sent to the Attorney General's office. And this FOIA is like, listen, it's one I wrote off the top. I was just going, this is what I want because I know what I want from them. I wrote this for you and sent it over to them, and I got what I was looking for, which is evidence of that bankruptcy estate. But I think I do. I don't know. I don't have it on this laptop, but I can give y'all an example, and I want to show you the appropriate FOIA, the one where you list the correct code or statute that don't apply to you, it applies to them, okay? Where you list the code and statute that identifies exactly the records that you're looking for, okay? Like, for example, if they were required to report a bankruptcy to the court, the bankruptcy has a code for that that says, hey, if you're holding an estate or assets for another person under this code, you're required to tell us. You see what I mean? So you want to use those codes within bankruptcy to say, hey, did you do this? Did you do that by this bankruptcy code? Did you report to this federal agency? Can you provide me all records on this? Did you do that? According to this code, you want to ask them for those documents related to a particular code so that they can release the information to you that you know will identify that they're holding a bankruptcy estate in your name, that they're supposed to
Now,
be discharging any debts against you, so your utility company's supposed to be doing it. If you got the guts, let me tell you, call up your utility company and you can say to them, hey, this bill on my account, why aren't y'all discharging it under bankruptcy? They'll pretend to not know what you're talking about, and you have to expect that, okay? You explain to them, hey, this is the name of the bankruptcy estate. Go to your chief financial officer and let them know that I want them to discharge this account under bankruptcy, or I'm going to file a report with the bankruptcy court.
okay,
I'm
I
going
have a
to find
specific
a
question
FOIA
about
with the
that.
bankruptcy court. Yes.
Okay, how? Not, I'm going to guess that not all of these companies, especially utilities, are holding these bankruptcy accounts.
Yes, they
And
are.
the reason I say that is because years ago, and I believe
Mhm.
you live in Texas,
Mhm.
they deregulated the telephone and the electricity. Well, I used to own a rent to own store, and
Mhm.
I opened up a telephone service company. So
Mhm.
we would sell telephone service.
Mhm.
So we became a public utility because we were selling telephone service accounts.
Mhm.
We'd send a technician out to hook it up, and we would charge them their monthly fee every month. But we weren't holding no bankruptcy
Did
estate.
y'all pay taxes? Did you pay taxes on the money you
The
were collecting?
corporation did, yes.
Yes, and that's the point. You were paying taxes, so you were being transparent about your dealings with local individuals. Okay, when someone sets up a utility, okay, electricity is shared by everyone in the state. It's shared. We're all shareholders of the commodities. Okay, so when you're setting up a business using the commodities and then you try to sell me something that we share, you understand? You're trying to sell me something that I we share. We all have access to this technically for free, but you're selling it to me. Okay? There's a tax on that. That's like money lending. You're lending your own money to yourselves, even with these utility accounts, because it is a shared commodity amongst the state. These foreign entities, okay, they're from either other states or they're from other countries or they're blended with Americans and foreigners, okay? When these entities do business, okay, they're doing the same thing that they do with like the banks. They're lending you your own natural resources, which is the electricity at interest, okay? When that happens, the corporation incurs a tax liability to limit the liability because most of these entities are limited liability companies or they're holding companies. So, depending on the type of structure you're dealing with, the type of corporate structure would dictate how they're being taxed. Okay, so if they want to avoid tax, what they would do is open bankruptcy estates. Okay, because in order to sell you your own resources, they're selling us our own commodities at interest. In order to do this, we have to volunteer, we have to agree, or it's illegal. So, yes, it's possible that while you were working for a company, y'all did not function in that capacity. The majority of these companies are functioning in that capacity. They are functioning like this. They
Christine,
have estates that they do not pay taxes on, and you know that they don't pay taxes on it because you don't know about it.
So by sending the FOIA request, I'm guessing this is how you find out
Yes,
if you're dealing with this type of a company.
yes,
Because,
you
like
are
in my
dealing with that
particular
type
one,
of
it was
company.
just a single owner LLC, and we we wasn't holding anything like that. Of course, we
Yes,
were
but
paying the taxes every year.
even with a single owner LLC, I could be a single. So if I have an account with a utility company, that entity on that account is a single owner LLC. The LLC does not own all the accounts within. Sorry, y'all. The LLC does not own all the accounts within their corporation or their agency. They don't. So just because you say like, "Oh, we're a single member LLC," yes, that could mean for the founder of the company, but that does not apply to the customers, who they call customers. That does not apply. That structure does not apply to the entities that do business with this utility company. It doesn't apply to them.
a subcontractor. He was a subcontractor. That's different.
See,
No,
let
no,
me
no.
find
I
So
some
if
way
you
wasn't a
went,
how to
subcontractor.
explain.
We sold the phone service,
Yes,
and we sent our technicians out to install the phone lines.
but
Now we
wouldn't
correct.
you
had to
get,
lease the lines from what was Southwestern Bell at the time. It's
yeah,
been
but if,
changed to AT&T.
didn't you have to buy this phone service, rent the lines from somebody that are used?
Yes, we leased the lines from AT&T,
Exactly.
and then
Right.
we
No,
Exactly.
correct. But
sublet
you
the
were
lines to
supposed to,
the individual
correct.
customers.
You're subletting. That's exactly right. I'm glad you said that. That's
Yes.
exactly what you're doing. You're subletting it back to us as a
Yeah.
utility company. We
Exactly.
share the airwaves, okay? The FCC, we share the phone communication poles, okay? We share the water, we share the electricity. All of this is shared by us. So if one person within, not one, just maybe a couple of people within the state decide that, oh, well, we can make some money off of the commodities. That's not a bad thing, but we're supposed to be selling the commodities to entities that's coming into the state to do business, okay? So if you wanted to do business, like, yeah, you can use, what do you need? Okay, well, we need to use your meter. We need access to your data, or we need access to electricity. You would
Yep.
lease to that entity. You would lease it.
Yep.
You would, so that
Yep.
they can pay for that usage.
Yeah, Christina, I always wondered why we got our electricity and imported it from Canada when we have enough here.
We have enough electricity, and Canada is not. They do not own our electricity.
No,
Canada
but
is
we
lending
import
us
it.
our own. I don't think so. I think that okay, so what you guys don't understand about the corporations, right? Like T-Mobile. T-Mobile is German. Okay, so T-Mobile is here in the United States operating as a phone carrier. Okay, so
Yep.
T-Mobile is selling us our own commodities. They're using our airwaves for a profit, and then they're taxing us on top of that, selling their products and services. When the telecommunications belong to us, that's why the FCC exists, for regulations. But we do not go to the FCC and say, hey, FCC, we're doing business, or we're leasing out the towers to a foreign country like Germany, okay, and you need to supervise it. So the FCC does not know that T-Mobile is down here turning off your phone. They don't know that because you never told them. It's no different with the utilities. So the utility company, you saw when Canada threatened to turn off the power in New York, the
Yep.
president declared a national emergency. You got the same power to do the same thing.
Yep.
That's what
Yep.
he's showing you. He's showing you like how to stop them from doing what they're doing. They're turning off your lights every month if you don't pay.
Yep.
If you don't pay for your own electricity, if you do not pay them for your own electricity, they can turn off your lights.
In
So we
1933,
can start that with a FOIA request.
Yes, and the reason is because bankruptcy exists. Okay, everything in the public is bankrupt. Everything in the public, okay?
in the United States, and the
Yes.
actual born citizen of the United States is the gold now.
Yes, it used to be
So
the gold,
yeah,
but they took it, they borrowed it.
yeah, we are
Okay?
the gold now.
Yes, we are. Okay, and we're also the executive level of government. We're the executive. The only person that can sign those contracts and make it enforceable, that's how you know the power you have. When you sign that contract and then they start trying to enforce it. But the thing is, you have a choice as to whether or not you follow these rules that you signed. You have a choice whether or not you abide by it. That's what the executive level does. You can choose.
So you can also any contract you sign, you can do a novation to that
It's
contract and have
void.
them.
It's void the
Right.
moment you sign it because you can't. It's unconstitutional for a company, okay?
Yes.
Any company that's registered to do business in the United States, you cannot, a contract is immediately void, okay? It is void, it is unenforceable. If the legislative, executive, and judicial and the money is all in one place, it makes this contract void. How do they get the money out of you? Because they have to trick you into believing that it's real. So you keep paying. You
Well, I was
continue
gonna,
paying because you
I was
believe it's
Exodus.
real.
I was gonna ask you, Christina. So I heard the young lady earlier talk about she went through bankruptcy, and I went through bankruptcy like 2 years ago, and I pretty much lost everything. But and I did a Chapter 7, so they discharged everything. Well, I asked the lawyer that I was dealing with
Oh
at
God.
the time. I know at the
Oh
time I
God.
asked the lawyer at the time, and this is before I found you or anything. But at the time, I asked the lawyer. I said, are these people getting paid off? Because I kind of had a rough, just understanding of how all this stuff works.
Mhm.
So I'm not telling her any of this stuff, the lawyer, but I
Mhm.
know this in the back of my mind,
Yes.
that like we're the gold, like we really
Yes.
have we are the debt, like we're the creditors. So
Yes.
so I was asking her, I asked her a question, and it always stuck with me and kind of beamed in my head when the woman was talking about the bankruptcy she had earlier, and I said, I asked the lady, the lawyer, I said, so are these creditors, so-called creditors that's on my bankruptcy, and it was probably like 20 of them. I said,
Mhm.
are they all getting paid? Like, are they getting paid off from like some account? You know,
Yeah.
and 'cause that's what I always thought growing up. That's what bankruptcy was. Like,
Yes.
they just close everything and they pay off all these people and it goes away and it
No,
goes off
not
the
if you
credit
go
or
in through the
whatever.
front door. They pretending. They a
Well,
territory.
I asked the
Yeah.
lawyer, and she said no, they don't get paid off. And I
The
was like,
lawyer
what?
lying. She
And
lying.
and, and I knew it, but I was just like, what does she mean they're not getting paid? Like, how does this work? So the way she tried to make it sound was like there's laws with these bankruptcies that basically protect you from basically having to pay them.
Let
And I
me
was
ask
like, and
y'all
I'm thinking in
something.
my head, like, that doesn't make sense
Yeah.
because I mean, how that nobody would make any money, then everybody would just file for bankruptcy at that
Correct.
point, you
Correct.
know?
Listen, when y'all hear protection, right? You know how they say consumer protection or bankruptcy protection? Let me see if y'all like how y'all mind works when you hear the word protection, okay? So let me give you an example. If you see your kid sticking a fork into a socket, okay, and you snatch the fork out their hand and you spank them, do you look at that spanking as a form of protection? Because I'm protecting you from hurting yourself. You understand?
Right.
If you run out into the street, okay, I'm going to spank you because you need to understand you can't do this. This is a form
Mhm.
of protection.
Yes.
Right.
And that's how they're using protection. So you have to listen to
Mm.
them when they talk. So when you go to a
Mm.
consumer protection agency, because all of them are acting in the public, okay? All of
Right.
them are acting. There is no money. So to keep you transacting, they all have to pretend. So they have these consumer protection agencies that we think are there for us, but it's not. They are the consumer. So if you go to a consumer protection agency and this company is just doing something so wild, so crazy, the consumer protection agency is going to step in because if they don't stop you, you're going to expose the whole damn scam. You're going to
Mm.
Oh.
expose us if you don't stop this shit. So we have to step in and stop you from doing this.
And
That
spank
is
you.
what I have to spank you. Okay, you exposing the matrix. It is the picture is starting to break down because of how aggressive you are, because of what you're doing. You're
So you
not following. They have rules in place to make shit that's criminal legal.
so with what you just said, and you probably already said that. I'm just trying to get understanding though. So when I went through that bankruptcy, and
Mhm.
like I said, that's like 2 years behind me now. Like my credit starting
Yes.
to go back up. Like
Good.
SSE credit is starting to go back
Good.
up. But it still don't mean anything. I know it's all false and fake.
Yes.
But what I was gonna say is, so are you basically saying with these 4 years, I can go back in and say like my truck, my
Yes.
credit cards, I can go
Absolutely.
back in and get all that
You
money
can,
back?
yes, you can go back into the bankruptcy court, get that case number, and you want to know everything, every transaction, every audit. You want every the creditor, you want any information related to the creditors, any transfers, how much money was left over in the bank. You want to know everything. You want to know everything there is to
Because
know
I got
about
nothing.
that bankruptcy case, okay?
Right.
Because they were not being transparent with you regarding when you went into bankruptcy.
So
Now,
who would
what you,
I send that to? Like, would I send that to the actual bankruptcy case since I went through it?
no, you
Would
wouldn't
I
send
send this?
it. Go to the
Okay.
U.S. trustee program. They have a
Okay.
FOIA. So you would FOIA, you would look up the U.S. They have it. Like you just look it
Mhm.
up. Like where are FOIA requests sent within the bankruptcy court? And they'll either give you an email address or they'll give you an address where you could
So would
send
this be
mail
for the
to.
state or would this be for the nation?
I don't understand what you mean. The bankruptcy
So,
court is federal.
right.
Uh huh.
But I Well, I guess I was in a federal court
Right.
with bankruptcy. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, federal. Now, the state courts are bankruptcy courts too. Most people don't know that.
Well,
So
I was just
like,
gonna say I'm in
yeah,
Oklahoma, so I
state
don't know
court,
if I file with a federal bank or if I'm filing with the
there is
bankruptcy.
no federal, state, and local. Y'all have to
Okay.
kind of pay attention to every account that you have is attached to that social security number. If you don't really understand it as a whole, at least you understand that. So
Mhm.
property taxes is attached to your social security number. That's federal jurisdiction.
Right.
Everything, your bank, everything has that social security number on it granting federal jurisdiction. So there really is no state or local law
No, that
that
makes
in
sense.
your belief there's only one, and that's what makes it a de facto government, because in a
Mhm.
real republic form of government, or I hate to use republican, but in a real republic, the executive branch is at the local level, and then all other branches, okay, is
Mhm.
comes after that. But like, for, let me see, what was I thinking? But in their, like, the federal corporation, it's only one jurisdiction, and they confuse you by making you think that it's all you gotta do a state FOIA. Oh no, you have to do a FOIA request under your state laws. They're trying to confuse you about what's what. This is not a state jurisdiction; it's a federal one. It is a federal one because of this social security number. And because they have that social security number, they more than likely have a bankruptcy estate. I'm almost 99.9% sure that if they're asking you for money, they have a bankruptcy estate in your name. That's the best way I could put it. If they're asking you for money or telling you you have to pay for some service or account, they have a bankruptcy estate in your name. Because
So this
what tax documents did you receive saying that you got received a payment like a 1099K, or do you ever get any tax documents from these people?
Right. And I paid like $1,900 for this service.
Yeah. Do you see this FOIA request where they said that we don't pay nothing in bank, all the fees is waived?
Exactly. Exactly.
All the fees, they told us this. Oh, you don't have no fees. Oh, because it's in bankruptcy. Thank you for that. And I'm trying to
Right.
like explain it to you guys that like your FOIA don't have to be perfect. Get this out of your mind like, oh, it gotta be perfect, it gotta be this, it gotta be that. No. Okay, it needs to, you want it to ask for specific records, so you need to sit down. What kind of
Mhm.
records do I want? Do I want bank records? Okay, let me look up what type of records. Okay, you can look at in the bankruptcy code, or just ask like one of the chat bots. They'll help you out. Okay,
Mhm.
what kind of records can I summon in a FOIA request from a bankruptcy court? And it'll give you the code, and it'll tell you exactly, like, and you be like, oh, okay, yeah, I do want to audit. I do want this Federal Reserve, whatever document that it is showing transfers. I do want that. I want that. I want that. Okay, so use these Google and chatbot to
So,
help you.
so at that point when you get that and say you send
Mhm.
that for you in,
Yes.
how do you start extracting that money at that point?
Right. So now with the bankruptcy court, you will have to go to the Department of Justice because an
Okay.
injustice has occurred.
Okay.
An injustice has occurred. So the Department of Justice is supposed to be a separate entity from the bankruptcy court, even though they ain't. They be lying. All of them are. They just one big
Intertwined.
giant Zord.
Mhm.
Like
Mhm.
y'all remember Power Rangers, and when they would
Oh
have to
yeah.
form, they're like that. They're like one big Zord, but
Mhm.
for appearances, they try to give you the appearance that they're different, they're separate. Almost everybody in the United States is federal. It's all federal jurisdiction, all of it in the United States. So you would send it like over to once you have the information. Okay, that's where I have to show y'all an example of a letters of rogatory, where you would go now. Once you have this information, you will go over to the Department of Justice. Okay, the Department of Justice clearly they name it. They say, okay, well, if they'll tell you what the violation was. Okay, this code will investigate. If that code was violated, we'll investigate. Okay, so in the letters of rogatory, you can attach by stating, hey, you know, based on this code, I'm a victim of identity theft. You can report the identity theft. You report the conspiracy. You report the hiding of the bankruptcy estate. Because when you filed bankruptcy, they made it seem as if that was the only estate. They never made you aware that, okay, when you tell us about these creditors, okay, that they're going to be coming in with bankruptcy estates too. And that information never made it. You never saw what was in those accounts because they didn't tell you. You understand
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
yeah.
So like when
I've
you
never
were
seen
reporting,
anything.
you never seen what was the amount in these accounts. Yeah, they told you that okay, these accounts are carrying debt. If they got debt in them, then why you want them?
All they said was that it was discharged. And even when I went to the like the arraignment, or not arraignment, but the court date for the actual bankruptcy, where the actual trustee or whatever uh, granted the bankruptcy, my attorney that was on it was making it seem like they could deny the bankruptcy. And I remember in there, I think it was probably about 30 people before me.
Mhm.
He accepted all their bankruptcies. So I was just thinking in my head when I
They
left, I was
lie.
like, nobody gets denied bankruptcy.
They lie because you don't know the rules.
Exactly.
You don't know the rules, so they can play with you. That's what a territory is. That's also what a tribunal is. Okay, so they play games. They
And
never
even my
told.
mom said,
Mhm.
like back in the day, like
Mhm.
in like the 60s and 70s, like when they did bankruptcy back then, it was not as expensive as it is now, like for that service.
Oh yeah.
It was pretty much almost free, she said back
It's supposed to be free. That's what bankruptcy. There is no money. So what are you asking me for?
then. Yeah, if I'm
That
bankrupt,
you
how can I pay
understand?
you?
But you have to know that. If you don't know that, they can play games with you, okay? And then they get you to
Facts.
volunteer. So they say, okay, well, who your creditors are, you got to write them down. This is volunteering. You're volunteering. But what you didn't know that you could have put yourself. I done this in bankruptcy court before, and I told you they was talking to me like, oh, that's a master trustee. I'm like a man. I don't know what the fuck. What is the fuck is a master trustee? Referring to
Right.
me. And so like I did not know what to do because like this I think that was like my second time in bankruptcy court. And so I really did not know what to do or like what to ask for. I didn't really know like what the rules are. You get what I'm saying? Like I was just
Hmm.
in there sort of blind. And so when I went to bankruptcy court, they what was it? When they tell you that they discharge your debts, that's a lie. When they have a meeting of the creditors,
Right.
you remember that? What they
Right.
do is they
Mhm.
all go in there and agree to wipe your information out of their systems. But no
Yeah.
discharge happens because what they're doing is criminal. So anytime that debts are created because of criminal activity, it can't be discharged. They have to
Mm.
face court for this. It's a crime. So there is no discharge. If you can't just discharge this, you
Even my
committed a
attorney,
crime.
even my attorney put himself, or their selves, a woman and a guy, they put themselves on my like as a creditor on my
Yeah.
bankruptcy.
Yes. That's how you know.
Right.
They pillaged,
It
they
all makes
plundered
sense
and
now.
pillaged your shit. Yes,
It
and
all
this is
makes sense now.
wrong. Yes, they all the
They got their
attorneys.
25% from that.
Yes,
Right.
yes,
And I paid them, man.
and
Like
they
I
get to
paid them
do that.
too.
But see, that's technically against their license. Licensed bar
Wow.
attorneys are supposed to be under the oversight of a court. You think that because you went to bankruptcy that this applies, but the bankruptcy court is not an Article 3 court. So these attorneys technically was not supposed to do that. They were not. It's an ethical violation. So
Hmm.
you were
Hmm.
not supposed to stick your hands in this money, okay, without oversight from the appropriate court. So like when we going into bankruptcy court, technically we supposed to notify the federal district court too, so that they
Hmm.
could watch these attorneys.
Well, I was gonna ask. I have an actual list of all of them that I got from the bankruptcy, procedure or whatever,
Mhm.
and I have a list of all my creditors. I wonder if I can like what can I do with that if I have a list of all the culprits?
Do a freedom of information to the attorney that handled it.
Yes. So
Mm.
these the Okay, so the one thing about it is that they're going to say, well, you said that they were creditors, okay? But it don't matter what I said. It matters what the information suggested when it was brought to you. They were bringing bankruptcy estates to you. And not one time did you come forward to say, hey, you need to know that all of them got about $1 million each in assets in accounts that's being held in your name. They never came to you and said this to you so that you would
They
be
never told me
aware
either.
that you had money coming back to you. When that bankruptcy case closed and the assets were liquidated, the trustee was supposed to give you a check. And you didn't
And
know that. You was
so
supposed to
basically,
where the payment at.
what they the only thing they show us regular layman people at the bankruptcy court is one side of the ledger, which is what
Correct.
they're trying to say we owe them.
Correct. Because they're talking about
And they
the
consider that as
bankruptcy.
a that's abandoned fund as far as they're
Correct.
concerned.
Yes, they are. It's abandoned.
Wow.
You
Oh my
abandoned it.
God.
That's what they do. The utility company do it. The mortgage company do it. The phone company do it. Vivid. Everybody do this shit. Every last one of them is doing this. So like if they're threatening you saying, "Hey, if you don't pay me, then you have evidence of fraud. This is bankruptcy fraud. You're
Mhm.
holding a bankruptcy estate. You know that.
Bankruptcy fraud.
It's
Christina, I
bankruptcy
have a
fraud."
question. So, Christina, so
Yes.
basically, if we say we have a debt right now, so let's
Mhm.
say a car loan,
Yes.
and say you miss your payments or whatever, and you send that company, that bank, a FOIA request, and
Mhm.
they've been sending you like, oh, you need to pay,
Yes.
then you can take that to the Department of Justice.
Okay, so the first thing you want to do with the auto loan company, yes, you can do a FOIA. What you need to understand is that the auto loan company is going to say, well, we're technically not a federal agency. Okay, that's what they're going to say. Like, you must be confused, ma'am. We're not a federal agency like the DOJ or the bankruptcy court, so you can't send a FOIA request to us. They're likely going to try to say that. Yes, they are a federal agency because they are holding an account that is called a bankruptcy estate. Okay, they're holding a bankruptcy estate in your name. Anytime a bankruptcy estate is open, that means that any debts incurred are immediately discharged, and the debtor, who they're saying is you are released from any debt obligations. You have no debt obligations. You had none really from the beginning because they opened up the bankruptcy estate the moment you sign up with their company because you're going to be paying them money, okay, and they don't want to pay taxes on that money, so they hide it behind your identity. When you do the FOIA request, the first place you want to do it to is the auto loan company. Now, they're going to say that, hey, we're not a federal agency. You're mistaken. You're supposed to send this somewhere else. Okay, but you have the correct place. And what you are wanting are all records related to that decedent that the auto loan company is holding. You're doing this for two reasons. You're doing this, okay, to make them panic. Okay, that's what you want. You want to incite panic because they can get in trouble, a lot of trouble for doing this. You want to incite panic. Either they stop their pursuit against you once you send it because they realize what you're asking for, or, okay, they're going to try to say, oh no, we don't have those records. Okay, fine. Now they just admitted to you, they said that, hey, we don't have no bankruptcy records on her. Okay, your next step is to go to the bankruptcy court and do a FOIA request. Okay, you're going to do a FOIA request to the bankruptcy court, and you're going to ask the bankruptcy court to go over to the auto loan company, and you want them to retrieve any bankruptcy estates that they're holding bearing the name, and you enter your name as it's written on your driver's license. You want the bankruptcy court to go and get that account. Now, you keep the evidence that they gave you. Remember, if they come back and say, oh no, we don't have a bankruptcy estate, you got evidence that they're lying. So you send a FOIA to the bankruptcy court to tell the bankruptcy court to go get the account from them that they're holding. Once you do those two things, that should relieve you of your problem. I promise you, if y'all start asking them about this bankruptcy, Ask them about these bankruptcy estates. If you got the guts to do it and you got a debt right now you're trying to get rid of, call
I got
them
the
up on the
guts.
phone. You say, hello, yes, I need to speak to the executive department. Okay? When they send you over to the executive department, yes, I'm calling about a bankruptcy estate that you're holding in the name of such and such. And you give them your name as it's written on your identification. And you give them the social security number. And I want to know, why haven't you discharged obligations based on this bankruptcy status? And you record that phone call. Some people, they sometimes they'll try to play games. Some people that have called and talked to them over the phone, they discharged it right then and there. Oh yeah, there's no further obligations. Yeah, I thought so. There are no further obligations because everything in the public is under bankruptcy, but they're hiding that from you. Bankruptcy is across all federal jurisdictions just based off of the what was that, the 1933 HJR 192. Everywhere is under bankruptcy, everywhere. I know the gentleman gave his testimony of like working for a company and they did not have bankruptcy estates, okay? But he paid taxes. He paid that company paid a crazy amount of taxes on whatever business that they were doing because you're lending people who live within the state, you're lending their share of electricity back to them. That is taxable. That is taxable. It's taxable because it's wrong. But they can't stop us from doing anything wrong. Like Al Capone. Everybody heard about Al Capone. Okay? They had to use, there is nothing that say you can't sell dope. You can sell dope as a government agency. Now I don't recommend it, okay, but you can absolutely sell dope. The issue that the government had was that they were selling dope too within the government. So Al Capone was arguing with territories within the government because all of these is dope dealers. So these is all dope dealers arguing with each other. Okay, but the government had a bureaucracy within the government where they used the government to take Al Capone down. But technically, what he did wasn't no crime. It's voluntary. If you agree to buy drugs from me, that's a barter. That's a private barter and exchange transaction. But
So
that's
very
what
quick,
happened with Al Capone. They don't like
sorry
no.
to,
Go ahead. Sorry.
sorry to interject. So on that second part, when we're doing the FOIA request to, like, let's say my electric company,
Yes.
so we're asking to retrieve bankruptcy records, all related. Um,
Yes,
and
to
we're using it
decedent.
on
Yes,
licensed decedent, to
yes,
decedent.
to
Okay,
decedent, federal
okay.
person. So you put federal person slash decedent. You want all records related to taxpayer, federal person, decedent,
Oh,
however you want to word that, and you give that social security number. And
yeah,
and this don't have to be a long FOIA, y'all. You
yeah.
ask them for all records related to uh that bankruptcy estate that they're holding. You want all records, you want all transactions, whatever records that you can request from them. Like sometimes I can't think from the top of my head, but whatever records you want to request from them related to bankruptcy, you want them to release those to you. You're asking them. This is a formal request, and you're doing it publicly, so they have to be transparent. The one thing that you want to watch out for are exemptions, okay? If they invoke an exemption, it means that they're trying to protect themselves constitutionally. They're trying to protect their own rights. So they're saying that, hey, for trade secrets and other reasons, we can't release blase, blase, blase to you. We can't release this information to you. Now, you have to think about this for a second because it's your information. So, yeah, I mean, if it implicates you in a crime, that don't have anything to do with me, but you can't withhold my information from me. Okay? If it has your information on it, yeah, you can redact it, but you still have to provide that information to me. You have to provide it. You can't not tell me no about something that's related to me.
Okay.
So, yes, send that FOIA request.
Hey,
Be
Christina,
two.
question though.
Thank
Yes.
you.
So, when you after you send it to the company, and let's say they do or don't do whatever, you send it to the bankruptcy court, or you actually mailing it in? How are you sending it, and
Y-
where Where are you sending it?
Okay, there are multiple ways to send FOIAs to a federal agency. You can email them. You want to do a quick Google search, look up FOIA requests for local bankruptcy court. They'll give you an address of where to send the request, or they'll provide you with an email. Email is faster, obviously. So take the email address, okay? Just copy and paste that address into your email, put the subject of FOIA request, and then you put the body of your document in the email, and then you send it and you follow up with them. Now you can also request expedited, okay? Due to the serious risk of harm or injury, you're requesting that they expedite this request. Also, what I learned about FOIA requests that I haven't told you guys, you can make a FOIA request irrevocable. You can make it irrevocable. You can be as creative with FOIA requests as you like. You can make it irrevocable. It means that nothing on earth can change what I asked you for. So you can give it to me now. You can wait until I have you in court. It don't matter. It's irrevocable and cannot be changed. Now, if you do that with your FOIA, be sure that it has information on there you're comfortable with making it irrevocable, meaning you can't take it back. It ain't nothing you really want to take back. You said everything that you said was the truth. But you can
Does
make a
that mean
FOIA request irrevocable.
you can make a for your request affidavit as well?
Um,
Ugh.
I'm not so sure, but you can send a separate affidavit. You can absolutely send a you can send make the FOIA request, but you can send an affidavit separate. But your affidavit must be a foreign affidavit. You don't want to just do a regular domestic. If you just do a regular affidavit, you look like a domestic entity doing business with another domestic entity, and that's not the case. You're a foreign entity doing business with another foreign entity. So you want to submit a foreign affidavit, and you can submit that they've misused your identity without your permission or consent. Okay, you can do an affidavit of identity, but a foreign affidavit of identity. You
All right.
absolutely can do that.
Which bankruptcy court? I'm sorry.
You look up sometimes with the email address that if you decide to email, it does not matter. I guess they'll base it on when you give that social security number, they'll look at like your home address. They'll base it based upon the principal place of business for the debtor. Okay, so let me give you an example of what I mean. The mortgage company that I had a account with, Planet Home Lending, they're registered to do business in Texas, but their principal place of business is Connecticut. So the bankruptcy court will contact the principal place of business for the debtor in Connecticut. That is for the bankruptcy court to to figure out based upon the records that you're asking for.
Got
So
you.
when you ask them for the records, you can include also the principal place of business, the principal location for the debtor is in Connecticut, okay? But I got smart because remember, they're operating as both a state and a territory. So in one of my FOIA requests, I identified both addresses because this entity could be operating in two capacities, which is an example of a quasi jurisdiction. They could be operating as a state. Okay, so the bankruptcy court can go and demand records from them in their state, or they could be operating as a territory, okay, which has a different set of rules out in Puerto Rico. So the trustee would then go down to Puerto Rico to request those records from them there. So you can do those two things. If you know the principal place of business for the debtor, you include that on your FOIA request. And if you know the territory that they're operating in, you can include the territory, the address in the territory that they're operating in, and you send that FOIA over to the bankruptcy court.
Okay.
Christina.
Yes.
How does this apply for like child support? I know you mentioned tribunal and
Yes.
attorney general,
Yes.
but how does this apply for child support? I had two cases, one
Mhm.
in two different cities or whatever. One was already complete, and the other one I'm still paying arrears on. So
Mhm.
will that FOIA apply in that
You
manner?
could send a FOIA request because they have a bankruptcy estate in your name. They have a bankruptcy estate, so you send a FOIA request. You could use that FOIA request I used. And it's not even structured. That's why I tell y'all, like, don't waste too much time. Like, oh, is this right? Is this appropriate? Okay, get it as good as you can get it and send it in, because the real effect that you're looking for, you looking to shake somebody up. Almost
Yeah.
like turning a light on a bunch of roaches and watching them scatter. That's what you're looking for. That's what you want them to do. You want them, now you the damn predator now.
Yeah.
You the
So
predator
what?
now. So let me answer your question. So when you send that FOIA to the child support office, to make it simple for everybody, to make
Mm-hmm.
it simple, you want bankruptcy records. That's what you're asking for. You want records related to bankruptcy. That's all you want. If you can't think of anything else, when you go to the child support office or the mortgage company or the
Mm-hmm.
auto loan company, if you can't remember anything else, what you're asking them for is you're asking them for all records related to your bankruptcy estate. That's what you're
Okay.
asking for. So you
Okay.
want to get that from the child support office. You can even get creative, okay? You can ask them flat out in a FOIA request. What's the remedy to close this case?
Gotcha. I got you.
What's the remedy to close it? There's a bankruptcy case open, meaning you don't owe no debt on it. So what's the purpose of keeping it open for? So tell me, that's why you're asking them about the bankruptcy first, to ruffle their feathers, okay? Because they know how much trouble they can get in for operating these accounts like this within this government agency. And then they getting sloppy. They just send in garnishments. They just garnishing people accounts. This is
Mm-hmm.
what the consumer protection agencies is for. They just abusing people. So now it's getting obvious, like, okay, come on now. Yeah, this looks very scammy. They
What you?
getting messy with it. And a lot of if y'all pay attention, they're getting aggressive too. And a lot of it is because the funding getting cut off. The funding is getting cut off. Like, you remember, did y'all remember when Trump, and I'm not saying this to say that you're a fan of Trump or not a fan of Trump. I'm just asking whether or not you heard him say this. When he got on TV and said Iran, I think, was it Hamas or somebody, he was like, you need to release the hostages. Release the hostages. He kept saying that. Or there'll be hell to pay. You release the hostages. Well, they're holding your person hostage. They're holding it hostage. Okay, like, if somebody wanted to take, like, if they kidnap your kid, right, for ransom, and they were like, okay, well, you go pay me a certain amount of money in order to get it back, that is a form of hostage of a person. So you're being forced to pay against your will because they're holding your bankruptcy estate hostage. That is what he was talking about in this country. Because these countries, we think that when they say this, when these presidents and people get on TV, you know how they say, oh, well, there was a illegal invasion at the border, and then they show you a bunch of Mexicans or Venezuelans. And so your mind automatically goes to, like, oh, when they say illegal immigration, they're talking about only these type of people, people that cross the lines. But that's not only the only type of illegal immigration. These companies that you are trapped and forced to do business with, that is illegal immigration. They're immigrating with you or linking with you illegally, and then using your products, using your resources in order to profit themselves and benefit themselves. This is an example of illegal immigration. So these people really can't come out and tell y'all exactly what's going on, because it violates your First Amendment right to believe whatever you want to believe. They can't do that. You are free to believe whatever you want to believe. That's why when you go into the bankruptcy court and they like, yeah, you a debtor, and then you try to write yourself down as a creditor, and they're like, you're not a creditor, and then you change it. You change it because you're free to believe what you want. Now, did they suggest it to you? Yes, but you could have stood your ground and said, no, I'm not changing it. But you didn't. So a lot of the times, like these when he's saying these things, like the president, when he's like, listen to what he's saying. And when I heard him selling that gold card, I'm like, oh my fucking god, that's what we've been doing. We've been literally giving up our citizenship for free. But you could sell your citizenship if you're a business minded person, if you're willing to oversee the transaction. Yeah, sure you could do that. I'm not. I'm not, but you can do that if you
Christina, I had a
want it.
question.
Yes.
So I was waiting for the IRS to release my check, and I sent them like the exhibits and everything,
Mhm.
and they sent me back the same exact thing, like as they did the first time. So
Mhm.
I was told that when you're dealing with, because I did mine, I did the 1041. When
Mhm.
you're dealing with equity on the private ledger, that you have to respond 3 times back to them
Hmm.
in order for them to release payment. And a
No.
lot of,
There's
go
no
ahead.
equity in bankruptcy. There is no equity. Mm-mm. There's no equity. I hate people use that word. I don't think they explain it plainly when they say equity.
And my next question was to your, oh, well, regarding the check, they want me to send them a certificate of trust. And I just don't, I just see how
Oh, that's
everything.
good. Okay, yeah. No, no, no. You can absolutely send them a certificate of trust. They asked you for that?
Yes, that's all they've asked me. So this is going to be my second time responding back,
Oh,
uh, with
wow.
with the
Did
same exhibits and everything. But
did
I
you
didn't
get a copy
receive the
of the
certificate.
certification of trust that I posted? I posted a certification of trust.
No, see what happened was I did the Dropbox before I found this Patreon,
Patreon.
and then I used the wrong email. I used my regular Gmail, and then like when you do Apple Pay on your iPhone,
Mhm.
it automatically signs you up for through this for my iCloud
Mhm.
email. So that is why I hadn't been able to get back in, and I didn't know if I had to redo the Dropbox in my other Gmail or
Mhm.
redo it in my iCloud email. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. I know I have that problem with some people, like when they sign up, they use different emails from the email address that they use to make a purchase. So yeah, I kind of know what you mean. But that certification of trustee is not that's a good idea, because with the certification of trustee, you're laying out what the roles of everyone is. So you can make the IRS, you can make them just a custodian, you can make them a guardian, okay? You can make them, I want to think about it. With your certification of trust, I don't really want to give them trustee. I don't trust them. I don't really want to give them the authority of trustee, but a certificate of trustee, I'm surprised. This is the first time I've heard them ask for that, because that can be useful in getting your return out of the IRS with a certificate of trust. When they, like, you can appoint yourself as the certificate of on the certificate of trust as the trustee. And in
Correct.
that certificate of trust, you say that you have all the powers. I have sole power, okay, to sell, transfer, distribute. I have the power to do everything, okay? And you give them that certificate of trustee. I have a copy of it. Let me
Okay, yeah,
I
I will
have a
try to
copy
get
of
back
it.
in there through the Dropbox.
Yes,
And then my second question was because you said basically all the courts are banks. So is that so for my uncle,
they're
he
not
was
banks. Let me clarify that. They're
okay.
settlement. They're settlement courts. They are not banks.
That's
You're the bank.
Oh
You
yeah,
are. I know that's
we are
hard.
the bank, correct. Yeah,
Yes,
we are
I
the
know
bank.
that's hard to like perceive
No,
for
I
regular
think I
people.
read we were the bank in
Yes,
the
you're the
federal or
bank.
the what is it?
Yeah,
The
they
Bill of
can't be
Exchange
the
Act
bank.
and the Federal Reserve Act
Yes, they can't
are
be the
bank
bank.
members.
Because
Okay,
it's a
so
separation of powers, right? You have to think about the bankruptcy court If the bankruptcy court is also responsible for enforcing bankruptcy laws and they're dealing with money at the same time, isn't this the problem that we're having with them right now?
Yes.
Yeah, so
I
no,
was
the
wondering
the
if
it's
I
not
could.
a bank.
Oh, okay. I
Mhm.
was just wondering because you mentioned bankruptcy estate. If so my uncle has been in prison for 17 years,
Mhm.
in the state of Colorado,
Mhm.
first degree murder.
Okay.
However, he didn't murder anyone.
Okay.
Um, it was a cartel, like a really high ranking cartel
I'm
member.
not here to judge. Okay, so you want to
Okay.
get your family member out of jail.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But the problem I have is because his friend shot that guy and killed him.
Mhm.
Um, they are like just so corrupt. I don't know how to get through because when his public defender killed himself, committed suicide, left a
Mhm.
note saying he
Mhm.
knew my uncle was innocent, and once they had the FBI come in and to start like reviewing the cases,
Mhm.
they went and killed the guy who actually shot that guy in another prison. They said he hung himself, but why would he hang himself
Mhm.
when he was excited that Colorado has make my day law, right?
Mhm.
Nobody fought for them for that.
Mhm.
So he was excited he might actually have a chance to get out.
Mhm.
So now I was going to like do like the A's and B's, like 1099
Okay,
A's and
no,
B's
no
on the case.
1099s, no 1099s. Is he in a federal prison?
He is not in anymore in a federal
Okay.
prison.
He's in state prison. He's actually in federal prison, even if he's in the state prison.
Okay, okay, yeah. Because he's been in there so long, he's actually in a lower prison,
Okay,
where
lower level security. Yeah.
yeah, where he's taking care of like it's so messed up. They have prisoners that have dementia and stuff.
Oh
They're still
yeah.
holding them and
Oh
they're
yeah, they'll hold you forever.
taking care of them
I think it's like
in there.
$89,000 a day they make off of holding the body of a person. Okay, so if you want to help your family member, okay, the first thing you want to do is a FOIA. Okay?
Okay.
Now, in this FOIA request, you're going to ask for two things. You're going to ask for the bankruptcy estate, okay, for your uncle, all records related to his bankruptcy estate, and you're going to ask for his medical records. His medical records. Now, why would we ask for medical records and bankruptcy at the same time?
Good
Think about it. Think
question.
about it. Everybody, think about it. Why would I ask for bankruptcy and medical records at the same time?
Privacy, HIPAA.
No HIPAA, nope, not right.
Dead entity.
A
It's a
dead
dead
entity,
entity.
correct. So
Oh,
most people are incarcerated behind their decedent. You understand? So nobody knows that this person is in jail. It's not for me to judge, okay? It's not for me to judge. But if you request, okay, you want to request the bankruptcy estate and you want to request your uncle's medical records. Because once you have those two things, you got two persons in jail. So which one did you convict of the crime?
Correct.
Which one? And so
They
you
take
want to
both of
force.
them.
Yeah, yeah, they put two persons in jail. They got two people. The charges were never constitutional. Every crime is commercial, meaning it got
Correct.
something to do with money. So the moment that they bring you into court, they got a bankruptcy estate open on you. Unfortunately, the only way to regulate crime is like by having strong families. You know what I mean? Like you got a man at the head of the, it's his job. He's the protector. So if we got a society of men like this, okay, we really don't need the prisons because it's understood that hey, you come over here and commit murder or rape or you do anything of the sort, we're gonna kill you. We're gonna hurt you. Okay, you can't do that around here. But yes, that is something that you can do. Ask for the medical records. At the same time, you ask for the bankruptcy records. So now you've brought forth two people. These are two persons with similar identities. One is living and one is dead. We want to know which one was convicted. Because if the bankruptcy estate, which was the one that was convicted, because that's the one that's holding the money, why are you holding this person? Are you holding them? Is this like additional collateral? They will have to explain. They will have to justify this, and they can't. So the FOIA requests for the bankruptcy estate and the medical records, you're going to have to look up what's called a writ of habeas corpus.
I have a few of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So with a writ of habeas corpus means show me the body. Okay? Show me the body doesn't necessarily mean a physical human body. It can mean an account as well. That is what the writ of habeas corpus is for. But that FOIA request, if you got that FOIA request asking for two records, the medical
Bankruptcy
records
estate.
and the bankruptcy records, you're trying to now line them up to prove that you're holding two legally separate entities, two distinct. That's called double taxation. That's called double jeopardy. This is against the law. You can't do it. But you want them to give this to you voluntarily so you can prove that this was never about anything morally. This was never about guilt, okay? This was never about any of that. This was about bankruptcy, and this was about bankruptcy fraud. That's what it was about, okay? So you do those two things, the FOIA request to the jail, the state the jail that he's in, make two FOIA requests in case they try to play games with you and they say, oh, well, this is not a federal agency. They're lying through their damn teeth because they're holding a bankruptcy estate. You send it to the prison and you send it to the court that convicted him. So you want to ask the prison about his bankruptcy estate and his medical records, and then you want to go and get his bankruptcy estate from the court that passed the judgment. Okay?
Okay.
That's another thing that people need to understand about these courts. So if you get charged with a crime, right? Let's say they say that, let me tell y'all the Constitution, y'all. Please spend y'all time reading the Constitution. Please read it. Okay? If the court if a court pick me up and they charging me with a crime, they say, hey, Christina, we heard you over here selling dope and you've been trafficking drugs and you've been doing this, right? The Constitution says that you have the right to be tried by a jury of your peers, okay? So if I have the right to be tried by a jury of my peers, then don't bring no nurses in here. Don't bring no doctors. Don't bring nobody in here out of community. You got to bring me drug dealers because that's a jury of my peers. I can only, y'all don't know that's the best shit ever written. Do you hear it? I can only be judged by other dope dealers. So unless you go, and guess what the dope dealers go say when it's time to pass the verdict on me?
They're not snitching.
Not guilty.
Christina.
No, I'm not guilty. All y'all could go to hell. So y'all have to think about this when you're dealing with these people and they try to instill fear in you so you can't think clearly. No, you got me in court. You said I murdered somebody. Well, that jury better be a jury full of murderers. Everybody in this jury better have committed a murder or it's a mistrial.
Bias.
It's a mistrial.
Man, that's nice.
The Constitution is the best thing. Oh my God, when I realized it, I'm like, oh my fucking God. It was never taught to me like this. You know, I didn't learn this until I'm almost 40. I'm just learning this now. It is the best thing you could have ever wrote. I promise to God, it is the best.
All right, Christina,
I
I
got
got
a
a quick
question after
question.
her.
Yes, okay,
All right, I got a speeding ticket, right?
okay,
And it was because I was pulled over because I wasn't feeling well, right?
yes,
So the cop pulled me over. The cop was like, "Okay, let me call paramedics." So they called, they checked, whatever, whatever. He wrote me a ticket. Was like, "Okay, you need to go to your court hearing date." So I go,
mhm,
and then when I get there, they're like, "Okay, well, you have to do that, that 6 hour class." And I was like, "So why am I doing a 6 hour class?"
mhm,
She was like, "Okay, you don't even have anything on your record. You just pay." She just gave me a fine that was a little bit higher than
mhm.
what was on the ticket. And then was like, "Okay, just pay that and it won't go on your record." And then I went ahead and I paid it because I didn't know how to fight it, even though I was like, well, I didn't cause any harm or anything like that. I was just trying to get home to take my medication.
Right.
So is there a way to fight that?
Yes.
Even though it already happened?
Absolutely, there's a way. FOIA. I've been the same thing I've been saying to you. You need them to give you they're asking you about money in the public. Do you understand what I'm saying? They're
I
asking you
got
about
you.
money in the public. Do you understand? So if they're asking you about money in the public, you want to know where that money went because the public is bankrupt. The public is
Right.
bankrupt.
Okay.
So they're laundering the money out of the private into the public. But it's a great idea to hide the money behind the identity of the person you're victimizing. You understand? It's easier to hide it that way.
Ah.
This is why you're doing the FOIA. You want them to give
That's
you the
called gaslighting.
information. You know, yes. You want them to
Called
give you
coercion.
coercion. Yes, it is. These are all crimes.
So
You
would
want
that
to
be the
do
same for
that.
like a DUI?
You could argue that the cop was driving under the influence. Do you consider dopamine influence? Do you get a dopamine hit? Do you feel good or powerful or under the influence when you violate my constitutional rights? Do
Hmm.
that make you feel a way? Yeah, you could argue a DUI. You could argue
Who's the
just
injured
about
party?
anything legally.
That's what I was
You
gonna say.
are
Like you're
the
not injuring anybody, so how can
yeah.
they say that you committed
Correct.
a
You
crime
the only
if you
party
didn't?
that's being
Yeah.
injured. One of the
And
things
you
I
didn't get
want
in a wreck
y'all
and somebody get hurt. You know, you got
correct.
pulled over and they did
Correct.
something to say that you had alcohol in your
But
system.
your license got an insurance policy on it. It got a bankruptcy estate behind the damn insurance policy. Why didn't y'all just set it off against the driver's license? You can ask them that. Why didn't you just take the money against a bankruptcy estate on the driver's license? Why didn't you set it off?
So can
Why
we
are you
FOIA the
charging
DMV?
me? Hmm?
Can we FOIA the DMV for these same documents?
Um, the DMV.
They're
Uh,
criminals.
They're
yeah,
co- they're
you
they're
can.
they're they're, they're
Yeah,
federal.
you
DMV is
can.
federal.
Yes, you can. You can
But
do a
wait,
FOIA on them.
who
Hmm.
would I send it to? Because that ticket isn't on my record. Am I just sending it to the court?
Yes, if it's not on your record, they're hiding it. You understand? They're
And there's
there's
still a
Got
ticket
it.
number that exists.
Yeah, you get a parking
yeah.
ticket, you'll find out it's still there.
Now, some of these courts are not courts of record. Local municipal courts, like Justice of the Peace, these are not courts of record. This is a problem also because what they do after they criminalize you, they get rid of the records because they're not technically a real court of record. And you didn't know that before you went in there to do whatever. They kind of lured you into it. One of the things I want y'all to get into the habit of doing, even if you get resistance from the officer, okay? When they pull you over, the Constitution gives you immunity. Okay, I'll give you the driver's license, but I want to ask, do I have immunity? What you're asking them is if they're going to um, what's the word that I'm looking for? If you have immunity, it means that whatever I give you can't be used against me. It means that whatever happens here, you can't come back. It can't come back to hunt me. You get what I'm saying? Like that's what the Constitution does. So if you grant me immunity, yeah, I'll give you the driver's license. And he got on a camera, so you could hear him say, "Yeah, you got immunity." So if I got immunity, then what's this ticket I received?
Without recourse.
It's similar to saying that, but I think it's better to
It's
say,
the
"Hey, officer, do I
Fifth
have
Amendment, isn't
immunity?"
it?
It's the Fifth Amendment. Yes, do I have
Yeah.
immunity? Because they're trying to ask you, hey, you know how fast you were going? They're trying to get you to betray yourself. Hell no, I'm not going to betray myself. No, you never betray yourself, ever, to another person. The Constitution prevents that. You can't betray yourself. That's why the contract is considered void. Y'all understand? But they're treating it as if it's real because you don't know any better. Whatever you sign is technically void because it violated the Constitution. You
Okay,
don't know
Christine, I
that.
got a question. I got
Mhm.
a question. I had a contract, well, agreement, a car note
Mhm.
with Navy Federal,
Mhm.
and I happened to call them the other day,
Mhm.
and they told me, because I kept asking them, why you keep sending me a to sign the promissory note,
Mhm.
and I'm like, I signed the promissory note, and they was like, on file, we don't have a a record of your promissory note. And I'm like, well, why am I paying the car note?
Thank you.
And so I pulled up
Thank you very much.
I had them send me a copy. And at the time that I signed the promissory note in one of their branches, but I signed it a different name.
Mm-hmm.
They never called it. And I put all rights reserved because I was trying to get them to explain the contract on the back.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted them to read it to me because I was like, I don't understand this. I can't see it.
Yeah.
I just had a brain injury. I don't understand this. So I need you all to explain it to me before I sign it.
Right.
They couldn't do it. They wouldn't do it. They couldn't do it. There's 3 of them in the office and they didn't. So I wrote, and I actually wrote my my real name, not my legal name.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't match the name that's on the contract. So they considered it, they didn't tell me, I just put it together. They told me, you never signed the contract. No, I never signed the contract the right way.
No, there is no, they were telling you the truth. You just didn't understand what they were saying. Let me try to explain it to you again.
Okay.
If you sign, remember how I showed y'all the example of my contract where they said Christina shall be known as you and the buyer, you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
If they issue a contract like that, that usurps all 3 branches of government, including the money, the contract is considered void because the public is in bankruptcy. You understand? It's a bankruptcy contract. That's why they were
No, this is
telling
what
you
I'm saying.
that.
This is what I'm
Okay, maybe
saying.
I don't understand what you're saying. Okay.
You know how you look on the contract and they say we want you to sign here because your name is printed underneath it, right?
Okay.
And I actually signed it my birth name, Erica Christine Gittens.
Okay.
And I
Above it.
printed it. Right, I printed it on the line instead of signing it, and I didn't sign Erica Gittens. Underneath it says Erica Gittens. Those 2 don't go together.
Okay, and so when you contacted them, they said that they
And
don't
so when
have an
I
account.
contacted them because I was just trying to get information. They were like, we don't have your promissory note. You haven't signed your promissory note. And I'm like, why you keep saying that? He was like, we don't have it on file.
So what are they charging you for?
But I'm looking at the names don't match. That doesn't match the application.
Well, neither does your driver's license. Like if you look at your driver's license, your name is written your last name first, your first name is in the middle, and then your middle name is at the end. And then when you look at the bottom of your driver's license, your name is not signed the same way that is written on your license. It's not signed the same way.
So I'm saying, why are they saying, okay, so I'm trying to figure out, do I pay them or, well, I stopped paying them because I'm like, no, we're going to go to battle.
Okay.
But he confirmed, he was like, we need you to sign the promissory note. And they sent me 8 of them over the course of time. But I'm like, but it hit me and said, look at the signature. They don't have the right signature.
You still got the car?
I still have the car.
Who got the title?
Don't sign it. You just happen to
listen to this. I gave them the title. The title came to me. The title came to me, and I gave it back to them.
Oh man, it's a mistake.
Oh, it's
It
your
happens
car,
to the best
man.
of us.
Yes.
It's a mistake. But you can go ahead and what I would do if you don't have a promissory note or you have a document saying that there is no agreement between them, what I would do is go to the DMV and get a copy of the title. Go to the DMV and get it.
No, because I signed it over to him.
What?
Find out if they put a lien. Okay, just because you signed it over.
I checked the lien, it says no lien.
Okay, go get a copy.
Secretary of State.
Go get a copy. Go get a copy. Okay. Do you have a private bank?
What do you mean private bank?
Okay, so like, have you ever set up an account that's called maybe your first and last name private bank? Okay, you want to transfer. You want to transfer the title out of your name.
Yep.
You want to transfer it.
So slow down. I have a private bank through you. When I
Yes.
say through you, I learned it through you. I
Yes,
got my
ma'am.
EIN number.
That's Patrick's. That private bank ENT, Patrick came up with that. I just wanted to keep his legacy going. But
Yeah, but I'm
yes,
saying I learned it through you. So
yes.
take that where?
And
To
transfer, go
DMV.
down to the DMV, and you want to transfer the title from your name and into the name of your private bank.
What about a bill of sale?
You can make a bill of sale for yourself, but that's private. You don't send that into the public. If you
No, I
need
mean
to do it for
that's
your rec, she
proof
don't
of
need a bill
ownership.
of sale. No, she don't. All she needs is her ID.
Guess what? My ID says Erica Christine Gittens.
And
Erica, do you have the title?
But that title says Erica Gittens.
I get it, Erica, but do you have your title?
No, I gave it.
Who is that?
I gave it to Navy Federal because I didn't know about all of this at that time.
that's
So
fine.
call,
Okay, listen. Okay, go ahead. Someone giving advice. Go ahead, ma'am. I'm sorry.
call,
Why?
call Navy Federal. This
I didn't know.
Christina gave me. It's from the acquisition. Call Navy Federal. Tell them
You're breaking up.
She don't need
See,
to
that's why.
actually don't communicate with Navy Federal anymore. What I would do, Erica, the first thing Monday morning, call the DMV and ask if there are any liens on your title. If there are no liens on your title, get down there as fast as you can to get a copy. Take your SS4 with you showing the name and the EIN number of your private bank, and you're going to ask the DMV to help you transfer your title out of your name and into the name of your private bank.
Oh,
Does that make sense?
yes, it makes sense.
Yes, that's what you want to do. So I can't
Go to
tell
the
you whether or
DMV.
not to pay, okay? I try to stay away from like making that
No, no,
decision for y'all.
no.
I want y'all to make that yourself.
I'm making that decision for myself.
Yes, ma'am. I totally understand. I made the same decision for my. I understand, but I don't want
Get
to
a copy.
advise people of that. And then if something bad happened, they be like, "Well,
Then
Christina,
they
you
blame it
told
on
me."
you. No,
They blame me
no,
for it.
I'm ready
Yeah.
for the battle. I'm ready for the battle.
Yes, me too.
You said
Yes.
get a copy.
Yes,
Hey,
ma'am.
Christina.
Get a
Christina.
copy. Get it. Let me give me 1 second. The person, the
All
gentleman
right.
talking. Give me 1 second. So what you're gonna do Monday? The first thing, Miss Erica, you're going to
Right.
call the DMV, and you're going to
Call.
ask the DMV. You go say, "Hey DMV, can you look and see if there are any liens recorded against my title?" And if the DMV
Mm-hmm.
looks and say, "Hey, we don't see any liens here on your title," get down
Okay.
there as fast as you can to get
Okay.
a certified copy of your title, and then you're going to transfer the title. So like you signed it over to Navy Federal, you're going to flip it
Mm-hmm.
over and sign it over to your private bank right then and there. And then they're going to make you a new title with your private bank's name on it. Now if they come
Okay.
take your car, that car don't belong to the decedent that they're using to steal
Looking
your
for it, yeah.
assets. It is now in the name of a private bank. These names don't match, and they need to be careful because you're robbing a bank at this point.
Okay. I got that. Okay, I wrote that down.
Yes.
Thank you so
Yes,
much.
sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. You can go ahead with your question. You
Hi,
very
All
Christina.
welcome.
right.
Okay,
I
go
have
go
a
ahead.
state EIN. I did the borrow from yourself
Okay.
in December. Last week I got a letter from the IRS asking if the estate is mine, but they want me to. So I checked the state and I put all the information in, but they want me to send them a certificate. Wouldn't they get my birth certificate?
What kind of certificate are they asking you for?
A death certificate for myself, my all cap name.
No, they're confused about what type of estate you're. See how they do this? They play this game. You're not talking
Yeah.
They
about the
playing with
death of a
everybody.
natural person. You're not talking about the death of a natural person. You're talking about the death of a trust, the termination of a
Yeah.
trust. A
Yeah.
trust,
Okay.
the definition of a person is in the IRS code. That code is the what the IRS uses to interpret words. okay, so that they know what
Hmm.
words mean. So if you want to know what a particular word, so when they start using the word deaf, deaf has multiple meanings, okay? When they use the word person, person has multiple meanings. So what you're
Right.
wanting to do is to correct the IRS, and you use their IRC code. You can write them a letter back. Dear IRS,
Okay.
I believe there is some confusion about the creation of this estate. You give them your full name, whatever your first, middle, last name is. Federal person is a trust. I am reporting the termination of a trust. I am dragging this entity into an estate so that I may operate with the EIN number instead of a social security number. You can clarify that. Please issue, okay, please expedite this request as soon as possible. Give me the shit the way that I asked you for. But you have
Okay.
to know this. Do you understand what I just said? Like how they're misusing the word person?
Yes. Yes, I
Okay,
do.
yes, they're misusing the word person to trick you into thinking like, okay, are we talking about the death of a natural? No, I am not talking about the death of a natural person. I am talking about the termination of a trust. And you use their own IRC code to say, hey, even in your own manual right here, it says a person is defined as, and you define what a person is. Okay, you were reporting the termination of a trust by creating the decedent estate. Please issue the EIN number to me. Please process this SS4 as it was submitted to you. And that's the
Okay.
end of it. And you should get your EIN number.
Yeah, I do have it. I do have the state account. I
Okay.
do have that.
Yeah, that's
Mhm.
inappropriate. They shouldn't be asking you that question. And they play, I'm sorry, y'all. I truly am sorry. Like, if you didn't get a check or they play games with you, I don't have any control over that. I don't
Oh, it's
have
fine.
control over that, but they are playing games. I can guarantee you they are playing games. And
Yeah,
that's what they
they
do. They know what a person is. To be honest, really the IRS really can't hear nothing about the death of a natural person because that's between the family, like that's a private matter. So technically that's out of their jurisdiction. Hmm?
Hello, hello.
Yes.
Okay, okay. I did the BFY right,
Yes.
and I sent in everything. They have my fiduciary file,
Okay.
form on file. They have that on file.
Okay.
Okay, the first time for 20, I did it for 2023. Well,
Mhm.
2020, yeah, 2023.
Mhm.
And they sent me a letter saying they need additional 60 days to process. Okay, I got
Bastards.
that. I
Okay.
got that. Okay, I
Mhm.
got that. And then the next form they said they needed a 1041. The 1041 was incomplete. Cool. I submitted the 1041. And then I got another notice.
See how they playing
No,
games?
no, 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 no. They said the 10, no, the 1041, the
Mhm.
177C,
Mhm.
and they changed it from an estate to a trust. Now they got I got an EIN
Okay.
for the state, and I didn't change
Okay.
it to a trust.
Okay, they changed it to a trust.
Okay,
And you
and
want to
then
ask them what's the reason?
I asked them that. I asked them
Okay.
that. They said
Okay.
someone changed. I said, well, I got a fiduciary. I got the sole control of this account. I never gave the authorization to change it. So why did y'all
Sure.
change? So
Right.
I had to send in a letter. They sent me to
Right.
send an address to change it back. So when I did my 2024,
They changed it
uh,
back to an estate? They changed
no,
it? No, they
no,
didn't. Okay.
they told me that they said a lot of people are falling victim to social media scams. They said eventually 180 days from now, I'll get the 3176C, which is for frivolous filing, but I gotta
Mhm.
wait 180 days before I get
Mhm.
it. But I'm just wondering the fact that they changed it from the estate to a trust, is that hindering anything? Should I
Uh
change it back to an estate or should I just leave it as a trust?
if it's a trust, then it needs a trustee.
They got me an executor over as trust now, and I said I did when I got my first cap 575. I got an estate, so I never changed it from the estate to a
To
trust,
a
but they
trust.
changed it.
But
Yeah,
they did. Okay, the first thing, okay, we need a FOIA because we want to know who went into the systems and did this. Who gave the authorization? I want any records related to the conversion of this entity because when I applied for this entity to be in a state. And this entity was converted, and that's, I think, these bureaucrats, this is what I mean, but this entity was converted into a trust. You want all records related to that conversion. You want to know why was it converted, what was their justification for doing it, and you do your FOIA request. They haven't released your return yet. What's the reason? What is the delay? Okay, like look up their code. They probably have some code on there that say, oh, well, we have to a certain amount of time based on this code to process a return. Okay,
Would that
it's been beyond this time.
so
What's
would I
take?
send that to the address that they told me to change it back to a trust, or I send that strictly to?
I think they're using diversion. They're using this
Yes,
3176C.
they do
They're
this.
trying to squeeze you for another 180 days. And I called them out on it. I says, well, I want you to expedite it. I says, if you're telling me it's a frivolous filing, then you should send somebody here right now, cuff me and stuff me,
It is a
or you
frivolous
should.
filing, but it's a frivolous filing on their behalf. They're filing these notices to you. Like they're giving you these notices that are frivolous in nature. These notices are frivolous. Where's my return? I did not ask you to tell me about no conspiracy theories. I did not
Yeah.
ask you to tell me, okay, these scams are floating around. If they're scams, then how are people getting payments? And why is this not happening? If this a democracy, like y'all say, why isn't, if everyone is sending in similar or it's the same returns, why are you granting it to some and refusing it to others? That's what
True.
I would
That's
like
so
to
true.
know. There is
Well,
no, like, it's different across the board. That's what makes me think like there is somebody, like there is a bureaucrat, okay? When I say bureaucrat, I mean somebody who is not in government, maybe just an employee or somebody. I truly believe that they are taking our accounts and somebody is using our accounts as like some type of investor. Do you know how much money you could make off selling people's identities out of the IRS and letting investors that make money the dirty way, letting them like launder money through your name? Do you know how much money they can make off doing that? So when
I
they,
think you, I think you hit it on the head, Christina.
yes,
When you do the FOIA request, now we're going to flush them out.
yes, you go, you flush them. That FOIA. Oh my God, when I realized, listen, this FOIA will solve all. It literally, I believe. I'm not gonna say like I'm God, like I know for sure it's gonna solve all your problems. But I believe this FOIA is going to solve the majority of your problems. They are going to start running when you ask about that bankruptcy estate. When you ask about it, one of the main reasons is because of the type of jurisdiction that they're in. You also know that they are trying to operate a tribunal. You know that, which is punishable. This is a crime under the UCMJ. This is a war crime because you're trying to plunder and pillage my damn estate.
I think we should all do the FOIA request on
Yes,
any of our
We
FOIA request.
we send
every
it
one
at
of us.
If
we
you
send it
want to
at to
know, even if you want to know how to get rid of your rent, now the property management company will try to play games with you, and this is where you have to like, you have to be adamant. Okay, you cannot stop your pursuit because this property management for rent or anything like that, they have a bankruptcy estate in your name too. And you want to know, like, okay, well, you send it as a FOIA request. And even the FOIA explains that some companies, even though they may appear private, are subject to FOIA. They are subject to federal law and jurisdictions based upon their access or their possession of that social security number. So FOIA explains this to you that, hey, listen, sometimes FOIA can extend beyond agencies. I didn't realize that until I was in this court situation. When I was in, I'm listening to them talk, and I'm like, oh, I'm listening to them talk about FOIA, but you know that they talk about it in their little funny legalese language. And I'm thinking about the FOIA, how they're talking about it, and they're saying that the FOIA can extend to agency like subcontractors. That's what they were saying, that FOIA can apply to like subcontractors, extend to private companies under certain conditions. And when I started to think about it, I'm like, oh shit. If that's the case, then that means people can do a FOIA on just about everybody. Everybody is holding a bankruptcy estate in the public.
Christina, can it be done with private leases though?
I think, listen, you have to understand your lease. I think
What?
so. Because
That's
what
good.
they do, the property management company is a middleman. Okay, they are a middleman between you and between the lessor, the person leasing the property. Okay. Now, when y'all both sign that instrument, you're giving the property management company a financial instrument because the public is in bankruptcy.
Dang.
You understand? You
Mm.
and the owner of the home is pretty much giving permissions for the property management company, okay, to borrow against your financial instrument, which is the lease. You're leasing your stuff to them. You think you're leasing, they just need collateral. So they bring you in to be the collateral. So they need,
Ooh.
yeah, you understand? So that contract that you think is private, okay, the property management company monetize that.
So we
And
FOIA the we FOIA
yes,
like Texas realtors.
yes,
Right.
correct.
I'm
Oh
glad
Yes.
you came
snap.
back. I'm glad you came back to this topic
So
because
Texas,
I did.
I wasn't finished. Wait. So we FOIA the Texas realtor. I'm not going after the guy who owns the home, right?
No, he's innocent like you. It's the
Uh,
middleman. The middleman is claiming ownership of everybody's stuff. How you just a custodian of record? How you end up owning every damn thing? How
that's
this property
wicked.
how this property management company get so goddamn nice? How y'all get so many damn satellites if y'all was in here doing honest business? You have to think about society, okay? You have to think about,
That's
okay,
wicked.
you got people out here that's billionaires. If we're all, and I'm not against people making money. I'm not gonna talk like, listen, whatever, okay, whatever. But in order for you to make that amount of money, you can't be doing just business. Somebody is getting the shit end of the deal.
Mm,
You
mm.
understand? In order to make this type of money, because if that's the case, then we will all have the same amount of money. In the
That's my
public, we
question.
do, because there is bankruptcy in the public.
Wow, thank
Christina, thank
you.
you for bringing this topic back
Y'all are
up. I did
welcome.
I did submit a FOIA request to the court. I was facing
Mhm.
an eviction. Submitted the FOIA request both to the property management company, and I am in Texas. I'm
Okay,
in McLennan
good.
County.
Okay.
And I submitted it to the property management company. I submitted it to the court. I appealed my case. And
No
both
appeals.
judges basically just ignored my FOIA request, and so did the
Mhm.
property management company. So my question
Mhm.
is, do I resubmit the FOIA request to all of those entities, and how do I enforce it? Because I ended up just paying them, because I wasn't going to
You
lose
were
my home.
forced, right? You were
Yeah, I was
forced.
forced.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you want to go to? They're not an Article 3 court. The only court that can enforce, like they can do, think of Article 1, okay, as you only have one branch of the government. You only have one branch, okay? You understand separation of powers? So as an
Yes.
Article 1 court, you only have the right to like legislate, but that's it. You can't enforce, you can't interpret, you can't do anything. As a Article 1 court, it's administrative. So if they're punishing you, they're acting as an enforcement. You understand? They're acting as an Article 3 court, and that's the only court that can enforce. Okay, so what you want to do you understand what I'm saying to you? Like with an Article
I
1
do.
court,
I do understand. I
okay,
do
yes.
understand.
So a Article 1 court is administrative. That's it. It can't do anything else. It can't enforce. It can't do nothing. Okay. So if an administrative court is acting as a Article 3 court, which has all three branches, okay, it has legislative power, it has executive power, it has judicial power, but not over us. It has that power over the corporations. It needs to be a tribunal in order to prosecute the corporations. Okay. A Article 1 court passing an eviction is unconstitutional. A
That's another
judge
thing.
just came out and said this not too long ago. The Supreme Court came out and told them, like, y'all evicting people in these administrative courts is unconstitutional. So you need to report it to an Article 3 court so that that court can bring sanctions against the Article 1 court. And sanctions is nothing more than like a fine, okay? You want a FOIA request to the bankruptcy court, okay? And you, because now the court is holding money that you paid them, and they ain't gave you no 1099. They have not given you a 1099. They ain't giving you a damn thing, but they took your money. So the question becomes where you hiding it at, because it ain't nothing but bankruptcy in the public. They hiding it in a territory somewhere out in Puerto Rico in an account in your name, and you want the bankruptcy court. So you send your FOIA to the bankruptcy court, and you explain the circumstances that you want all records from this court, from that de facto ass court that sent this eviction to you. You want all records related to bankruptcy from them. And once the bankruptcy court get those records from this Article 1 court, now you got the evidence that you were looking for, that they are committing bankruptcy fraud. Everybody in the public is bankrupt, so if they're asking you for money, it is fraud, especially from bigger corporations. Now, I'm not talking about like Chick-fil-A or like the store or something like that, where you're obviously, you're getting something, okay? I'm talking about these companies where you're giving them uh, financial instruments, and then they're making bankruptcy estates based on all of your personal information. It's like creating a person. They're using all of your personal information to construct this person, and then they launder money into this account that can't be tracked or traced because U.S. territories are not subject to all U.S. laws or tax codes. So you
So
want to
this is
go to that bankruptcy court? You want to go to the bankruptcy court and do a FOIA. You're asking the bankruptcy court to pull all records from this Article 1 court regarding bankruptcy. And once that bankruptcy court issues, they're going to issue their order to this court to compel them to do a particular thing. That's what the FOIA is asking them. It is asking the court that's responsible for overseeing bankruptcy to compel a court that is subject to bankruptcy to give them records. They can't say no. They can't. Now, unless they friends, unless they got buddies and their wives work in bankruptcy court, which is a big problem that's happening in a lot of these government agencies, that these people know each other. Okay, but in most cases, you should succeed in getting that bankruptcy court to get those bankruptcy records from the local court. The next thing you want to do is you need to look at U.S. code regarding Article 1 courts, okay? Because this is a jurisdictional overreach by an administrative court. So you can send a FOIA request now to the federal district court, okay? The federal district court is an Article 3 court, and you want to say to this federal district court that, hey, listen, I believe there was constitutional overreach. Okay, this Article 1 court has no executive authority, and yet it's enforcing against me. Something of that nature. So you want all records related to this Article 1 court's enforcement. Article 2 courts, they have two branches. They don't have the third. So they can't pass. They can interpret and they can legislate. They can. That's why these state courts, that's why they commit all that fraud. When you go into state court, they commit the same type of fraud as the Article 1 courts and the Article 2 courts. But Article 1 courts and Article 2 courts, they have no enforcement power. So if you go to a Article 1 or Article 2 court and they enforce against you, immediately there's a problem. So you got two courts you need to be running to: bankruptcy and federal district court, which are Article 3 courts. It means that they have all three powers.
Christina, can I ask you a question about the
Yes.
bankruptcy
Excellent.
court?
Thank you, Christina.
Okay.
Yes.
I had filed a Chapter 7 and I was discharged. I put everything in there, my house and everything. So I was discharged with everything in there, but they
Mhm.
put in the lift the stay for them to come after the property, but they can't sue me personally for any monetary because it's all been included in the monetary. So from
Mhm.
my understanding, it seems like the bankruptcy court is operating as an Article One court because I even put a motion in there because speculate that there was pretty much speculating that there could be fraudulent, and I noticed that
Mhm.
both companies, the car people and my mortgage people, put the note on there that's different from the one that I have. I just recently found out. Well,
It's
the
a
car I
it's a
do right
forgery.
away.
All of them are forgeries. All
Yeah,
the
they even forwarded.
contracts.
When I went to go look back, because I did see a PB complaint too, they ignored that too. I did
Mhm.
the FTC, I went to the Inspector General. Everybody ignored me. But what I noticed that they even the original, because I'm on my third servicer, and they're trying to foreclose on it now. So I'm about to try to see if I can file a Chapter 11 to do it. Because what I should have done in the first place was to just do exempted property based on the Constitution, but I didn't know that at the time.
Mhm.
So I'll go back in. So how do we, I guess, navigate this as far as and then with the FOIA request
If
by
they're trying to seize your house, it's because they don't know about the bankruptcy estate.
oh no, the judge, the bankruptcy, well, yeah, they don't know about bankruptcy estate, just the stuff you're talking about right now from Puerto Rico, right?
Yes. They
Now how
don't
do I
know
do that
about it.
with the car people? How do I do that as far as the car people? Because I just looked up, my credit union is not on that Puerto Rico site. They're like a local small credit union within,
Um
and they're
they
only
don't
like
have to be on that site necessarily. It's more than just Puerto Rico. You got
okay,
Guam, you got the Virgin Islands, you got they could be anywhere. You don't know where they are, but they absolutely have a bankruptcy estate in your name. By you filing bankruptcy, they utilize that to their advantage because now you don't know what bankruptcy estate is what.
yeah, and they did, and they put on there on the docket. I just went and checked. They're closing the case out on February 20th and like within 30 days. And they put on their the docket, which I didn't get any of this information. I just went to go look at it because I was looking up something that the estate was closed and the bond was closed and they released the trustee. So that right
And the
there was
bond
telling
was
me,
closed.
yeah, yeah. They put on record. And on top of that, my servicer people have on my note paid to the order of Penny Mac Loan Services LLC on the note, and they put it in the court document
Oh my God.
which showing that they monetize
They
off of that, which they
monetized
can't
it. Yeah,
collect.
they made money off of it. But if you go into bankruptcy court, you could go into bankruptcy court through the front door.
Mhm.
However, if you do that, you could file your bankruptcy, but you need to be doing an adversary proceeding. Okay. If
Right.
some of y'all, let me tell y'all something that you can use as a tool. Okay. Y'all know like freelancer websites like Upwork or Fiverr. Have you ever heard of these freelancer
Yes.
services? Okay. You can go to one of these websites and they have attorneys, okay, that either they work for like on the side, they work for themselves. They have it's a wide range of what do you call it when a person has a particular occupation, okay? So you want to find like one of those lawyers that specialize in bankruptcy.
Okay.
Find one of them on there that specialize and read the reviews because people be reviewing it and then you could find out like what country left the review because some of these people on these platforms are foreigners. So you want to look and like see the person that left the comment, do they have a United States flag? Like what country is this person from that left the review? So you want to go through the reviews. And sometimes them people have very good reviews. So it's like, okay, well, you might be credible. You go to them and explain to them that I need to do an involuntary bankruptcy on a corporation. We've been doing bankruptcy on ourselves, and that's not correct. You need to do an involuntary bankruptcy on the corporation, okay? You can ask them, like, hey, can you help me prepare a voluntary bankruptcy on a corporation? They will help you prepare it and they will do the adversary proceeding. So you are not like totally alone. You don't have nobody to turn to for assistance, okay? But when you're using these people and their services, you want to have a full understanding of what they're saying in your documents. You want to have a full understanding of what they're saying and whether or not you agree with this, okay? Because you can always go in and modify. But you want to have a good understanding. Tell them to get the adversary proceeding together based on a fraud, bankruptcy fraud, violation of the state, because you already had a bankruptcy case open. You should have been granted a stay, but they didn't give it to you, and they didn't ask you for to. You see how they asked to lift the stay for them?
Right,
But
right.
nobody
And that's the
asks
thing.
you,
And the
nobody asks you if you wanted to lift the state. And the reason that they didn't ask you because they assumed you didn't know about the state, that you didn't know about the bankruptcy that the mortgage company is holding.
Well, that's the thing. I motioned the court to keep the stay in place and everything, and afterwards they went ahead and gave them because we had a hearing, and it was after the bankruptcy case was actually closed and in the court and everything. And I was just like, and he still lifted the stay, but that they can have the property because they have a lien on property. But after I started even just investigating about the liens, they don't even have a even they have like a lien, like a span of time, and they
Hmm.
put a general lien like for all properties. You can't do that. That's
A
fraud.
blanket lien,
A
yeah.
blanket lien.
A
That's
blanket
fraud.
lien, it is. Yes. But see, at the
So,
time, you didn't know to say that. You didn't know to
right.
ask that. So now what you do after the situation, okay, you want to go back to them and you want to find out if they just set precedent. This is another example of what precedent is. Okay, so if bankruptcy exists, and you lifted the state for them, I need all records related to the bankruptcy estate that was held by Penny Mac. So now you got the trustee, got dirty fucking hands. You
Yeah, I
got
was gonna do
dirty
a
hands.
mhm.
Your ass got, and so does fucking Penny Mac. And now you got evidence of collusion. This wasn't no impartial hearing. This wasn't
Right.
no impartial affair. This is colluding. Because if you wasn't colluding, why didn't you tell me that I had a stay too? Why did you tell me that why did you lift the stay for me and didn't do the same? You didn't do the opposite. The
Mhm.
opposite wasn't required for they didn't have to submit nothing to the bankruptcy court to say, hey, bankruptcy court, can we lift the stay on her so that we can take her stuff?
Because
Can we
they like in order for them to have a lien, because the thing did say in the discharge, it says that unless the lien was avoided or or something is not in place. So my thing is they're trying to foreclose on a fraudulent lien because they don't have a lien.
is it a non-judicial?
It was a non-judicial.
Let
Uh-huh.
me tell y'all about this non-judicial shit. Oh my god. Non-judicial foreclosures mean that there is no judiciary. If there is no judiciary, then that means that there is nobody here to read, interpret this mortgage contract. Did y'all know that? So what this means is whoever reads it, whatever conclusion they come to, that's just the conclusion that they come to. And the company that created the deed of trust is not liable. They're not liable. A non-judicial foreclosure means that no court is overseeing this. So how is this document being interpreted if there is no judiciary?
Mm.
In a non-judicial foreclosure. In a non-judicial foreclosure, that means there is no court. Who the fuck is this clerk then down here at the county? If there's no court. If there's no court, then that means there's no clerk either. I'll be tearing their ass up. That means there is no court. Go play with some fucking body else. There is no court here. So what they do is negligent. You argue that this is negligent because they knew that this was a non-judicial foreclosure, and they put this out in the public so people would intentionally interpret this, okay, as damn free property, shit, free land.
Yeah, yeah. Because I've been getting inundated with so many phone calls. It's
Me
just like
too. I did.
it's
Yes, when
crazy.
it was
People coming
happening,
to
girl,
my
people
house.
was walking up to my house, to my
Yeah.
kids. This is a privacy violation.
Yep, yep. I put that in. I did a request to, well, I did a complaint with the Federal Reserve governors and the Federal Reserve Consumer
In a
Help.
military capacity.
Right, and
When
they
you
both.
send it from
I
now
put.
on, talk to them in their military capacity. And all y'all need to be getting on the phone with the post office because we're in a national emergency and you need your box, okay? You're not asking them to help you, you're just asking for advice. And they know based on their legal guidelines. You're asking for advice on what information do you need to convert this post office box from this regular address to your military address. Okay, these are fucking aggressors. Okay, yeah, they not firing shots, but this is aggressive if you trying to seize fucking land from me and take my cars.
Mhm.
This is a military post, and if you bring your ass around here playing this fucking game, under a military jurisdiction, I'ma see to it that I'ma try to get your ass killed.
Yeah, yeah. That's another thing too. I on the car
Right.
situation, They the court case. They opened the court case before I filed bankruptcy, but they closed it because I filed bankruptcy because I went into a stay. The case is still closed, and the judge trying to bring me in for a replevin for a cause. Why should they? In other words, why should I be able to keep my vehicle?
That's not
And the
for you.
case is
They're
and the
talking
case
to
is
the
currently
decedent.
closed. Huh?
They're not talking to you. That's why.
Yeah,
Any
the case is
writ,
closed. I said, how you call me in for a hearing on a case that's showing it's closed?
yeah. Somebody playing, they got your information. They do. They have your information. Like these foreclosure trustees, they are
Mm-hmm.
required, okay, because they have access to the bankruptcy court. They are required, okay, by under bankruptcy law. They're required to tell you that a bankruptcy exists. They are supposed to notify you of this. This is the point of the FOIA. You could do a FOIA on that attorneys, whoever foreclosing, the foreclosing attorneys. You
Mm-hmm.
want to know, with these foreclosing attorneys, if they have what is their what do they call it? I think it's called a certificate of authority. In order for them to foreclose, they need that. They don't have that. So I want y'all to look up what a certificate of authority is. They don't have a certificate of authority. They never registered with foreign agent registration. They never registered. Technically, they're not a trustee because in order to have a trustee, if y'all ever open up a trust or anything like, the trustee got to sign.
Hmm.
They could just pick somebody and say, "Hey, you the trustee." That's a debt collector. This not no
That's
goddamn
exactly what
trustee.
happened.
This
Yep.
is a debt collector. A debt collector is nothing more than an identity thief. They try to dress it up in the codes and shit. Cause I told you that everything in the public is technically illegal. Okay, what
Mm-hmm.
they're doing in the public is illegal, but even though it's illegal, it has to be voluntary. You have to volunteer, but now they're pretending that since you volunteer, you can't unvolunteer, which you can. You can't say no. So since they're making it to where you can't say no, now you have to expose them. You
Yeah,
don't
I
have a
did a
choice.
3149A and I did a 211. And I think it's because too, a part of it is because Penny Mac is the number two biggest servicer here in the United States.
That's a
And,
servicer. You see how
yeah,
a
servicer.
servicer, you supposed to
Right.
give me, so like let's say if I had an ice cream stand, right? And you came and you walked past my ice cream stand and you say, "Oh, that look good. Oh man, that look nice, but that's okay. I'm trying to lose a couple of pounds." I pull out a pistol and put it to your head and say, "Now you ain't got no choice, girl. Come get some of this Neapolitan or you ain't leaving until you buy it." I'm forcing you to, that's what they're doing.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
forcing you like that's a crime too. Like they're forcing you to serve, like forced services. You cannot force services upon me. Then all of them are lying, saying that, oh, we're acting on her behalf, we're her servicers. Yeah, her servicer. No, the fuck you're not. I've been saying you're not. I've been yelling this and no one is listening. Oh, you know where I got them to listen? Bankruptcy court. When I go and tell the bankruptcy court they're holding a deceit, they get scared. Even the bankruptcy court, when you tell them this, they
Mm-hmm.
they fly straight because they know that you know now that in the public there's bankruptcy. They
Okay.
know that you know that now. But if you file like a bankruptcy case, like let's say you really need to stay, you in an emergency, I really need to fucking stay. Fine, file the bankruptcy as of the voluntary petition as the debtor. That's fine, but you need to be working on getting that adversary proceeding because now that you're in a bankruptcy and this adversary proceeding, you can subpoena records. You can request discovery. It's like a court case within, it's a court within a court. You
Yeah, because
can
I just want
ask
to do
them
it. Yeah,
to
I'm gonna
give
do
you everything to, here come the transparency. Everything in the public is bankrupt. And you continue to assert that they're using your identity against you. Everything that they have got your name on it, your identifying information. It has all your stuff on it. Okay, so if this contract is worth something, if my signature wasn't on this contract, what would this contract be worth?
right. And I
So
sent them
how
a
the fuck
16
can they
page.
be the creditor then?
I put a 16-page QWR a request on record and I sent it to the attorney and I sent it to CFPB. Penny Mac told me because the only thing they sent me back was, and this thing was 16 pages long,
Mhm.
everything about the insurance, everything about this loan. They sent me a thing back saying basically that my request was burdensome and that they don't pretty much have to comply.
Mm.
That's what
Yup.
they That's what they said. And I said, okay, okay. So I'm gonna have
Okay,
to
and
take it
this
to
was
court.
Penny Mac.
I
Yeah.
got Penny Mac too. I don't mean to jump in. I'm sorry. This is just so
It's
familiar.
burdensome, and they don't have to comply. You know who you got to comply with? Bankruptcy court.
Yes, right. But that's what I'm gonna get
Bankruptcy
them. I'm
court.
like that.
I got a nice a nice story. Actually, Demetri, I think we're on TikTok. I mean, not TikTok. Telegram.
Telegram. Yeah. Hey, how you doing?
How you doing? I'm not gonna jump in. I'm gonna let you finish. But Christine, I really have a good story. I
Yes.
was just
I'm
in
finished.
bankruptcy
I'm
court.
finished.
They kicked me out of bankruptcy court. The judge, it was just crazy. But he kind of threw in the adversary proceedings and an injunction for relief because Chase it have something to do with Chase damaging my car through an illegal
Repossession.
repossession.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did return it, but it was damaged, and they didn't want to fix it. But so anyways, what I did was I'm in bankruptcy. I'm filing all these motions to compel them to produce these documents. I want the red ink signature, the promissory, all this other, the good stuff
Yeah.
you're asking for. The judge they granted the hearings, right? But that's the clerk just
Right.
scheduling.
Sure.
So I'm not knowing this, so I'm jumping in the he straight told me this is not my jurisdiction to do this, like, maybe an adversary proceeding, I don't know, but he was throwing it out there, but I'm kind of
Yes.
catching the tidbits. I'm writing it down.
Okay.
He wants a car fix injunction for release. Maybe it did it, but I can't do that here in this court. And
No, he
you know,
can't. He's right. Injunction for relief, he can't do. Adversary proceeding is that you're about to prove that this person that came in here that's calling themselves a creditor, you want to come over and prove that they're not really a creditor.
yeah,
So in this adversary proceeding, okay, you can request documentation or information. You can get they have to give it at this point, okay, because you're in bankruptcy, and this is the proper jurisdiction for this corporation is bankruptcy. But if you're trying to get an injunctive relief or like a restraining order, you will have to go to you will have to either go to a state court, like state, they are bankruptcy courts too, but you can go and get a temporary restraining order from like a state court, or you can go to federal district court, which might take a little bit longer depending on if you have an emergency or not. Federal district court is the Article 3 court, so he was
mhm.
telling you the truth when he said because he don't have enforcement power.
Yeah. So I was so that's where I'm at right now. So I was waiting for him to dismiss it. So I went back to my notes and I was looking. So what happened is when he said he was dismissing the case, right? Because
Mhm.
and everything. So I asked him that my hearing was at 9:30 a.m. At 8 a.m. I was at the court filing new evidence that I had. Now what I had was previous UCC liens
Mhm.
on the notes from the companies,
Mhm.
right? And I also had the whole went through the tiller the tiller disclosure with the APR
Yeah,
numbers,
don't
the
none of
signing
that stuff
charges,
matter.
the whole
Don't
thing.
waste your time with that stuff.
Yeah,
Let me get to the meat and
but
potatoes, okay? If
yeah,
if you are dealing with a company, okay, I want y'all to look up what a hostage is under US code, and they are specific about what a hostage is, okay? I want y'all to start looking at that UCMJ because you might have to escalate your threats, okay? Remember, are you really in a military jurisdiction with them? The answer is technically no, but they are acting as if you are. You understand? You don't have a choice. They're telling you you don't have a choice. I'm going to do this to you. I'm going to take money away from you, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. The only place that happens is in a military jurisdiction. So if that's the case, then you start talking to their chief financial officers. That's the that's the chain of command. They are the ones that's making all the rules and authority. When we were in the military, you could send conduct unbecoming of an officer. That's under the UCMJ. Okay, that's punishable. So if you want to start using like you wouldn't use a FOIA request. It would be difficult to incorporate UCMJ into a FOIA request for records, okay? But you can send a notice to them to make them aware of their liability under military law, to let them know, like, listen, I'm going to give you, this is your fair warning. You're holding a hostage. Look up what a hostage is under you. If they start playing this game with you, you're holding a hostage, and I intend to prosecute you under federal law for this, and not just the U.S. law, military law for this. And you start the U.S. code is similar to the UCMJ, so you'll be able to find conspiracy, identity theft in the UCMJ. All of this is in the UCMJ. So instead of using the U.S. code, you want to use the UCMJ to let them know I'm not playing around with you. This is a hostage situation. They're holding your person. They're holding you, and not only are they holding your person, this shit is almost like inner state rape. They're sending your person around to anybody and allowing them to use your identity to defraud you more. That's trafficking of a person.
Yeah, they
That's the
ended up.
one that carries the most penalties. Trafficking of a person.
So I'm a, so that just the last thing I don't want to keep because I know other people got their hands up and stuff. So and want to go on. So at the end, after he dismissed it, I asked him. I said, Your Honor, did you read what I submitted this morning? So he looked at it, right? He said, No, I really didn't. So he went back and looked at it, and he said, because it was chasing Penny Mac, and he said, Hey, do you guys have any answers for you? Or did you see this? Like he asked them, and they said no. So they looked at it, and when I say the UCC lien, basically, it's proof that they gave me a double pledged asset. You
Yeah.
understand?
Yeah,
And
and
they,
that's double jeopardy under the Constitution. You
yeah.
understand?
So
Right.
he said, he specifically told them, he said, listen, I'm going to dismiss this case, but I could tell you, Mr. Solomon is going to probably file again tomorrow. I'm letting you know right now. And, he already threw out the adversary
Take them
proceeding
in
and
the
relief.
involuntary.
Yeah.
Take them in
Um,
you go in as the creditor. You take them into involuntary insolvency. And the purpose is that because if you do not take them into insolvency, you will not get paid. You will not be able to capture these bankruptcy estates that they're using against you. So you can do an involuntary bankruptcy. Don't file it as voluntary under your name. You file an involuntary bankruptcy. On that petition where it asks you, well, what's the number that was given to the debtor to identify them? You give the last four numbers of your social security number. That's the number that identifies the debtor. They're using your U.S. citizenship, like I was trying to explain plainly, okay? And so you do that involuntary bankruptcy and take them into bankruptcy. So when you file that involuntary bankruptcy on that corporation, you want to do what's called a B10, okay, which is your proof of claim. Your proof of claim is simple. Your proof of claim is the damn promissory note. The fact that it's signed, like I gave you a plain example, okay? If this
yeah.
promissory note, okay, they're alleging it's forged. If this promissory note is signed by me, if we take my signature off of it, what is this promissory note worth? Okay, well then I'm the creditor. They
So
said that this was a debt, not me. I didn't say it was a debt. I said nothing. They said that the debt exists, so I assume money exists. I just don't know where the money at. That's why I'm here in bankruptcy court, so y'all could go get it for me.
but can we go in under the chapter 11 as a because I'm going to do it under my sole proper, but I'm also going to file a on the record in the district court too when I do it.
Can you go in under what was the
Yeah,
question? I'm sorry.
under the under as a sole proper chapter 11, and what I wanted to do was go into chapter 11 and do as a have the exempted property this time, and then also include a permanent injunction. And what was it?
Um, I mean, you could do chapter 11.
Because I've
Um,
already been like had the chapter 7
None of your
and this one.
property is. You're thinking that your house. This is the confusion. Your house, your cars, none of that stuff is is
Is the money,
subject to bankruptcy.
the note.
None of those things are so. Okay, let me tell you how they play games, right? Let me give y'all an example, okay? You know how they say like sometimes they do like they say what's the title on the property, and I'll say okay, well the title on the property is Christina M. Wilson, and they say well what's the legal description of the property? They'll say oh like if they're describing my house, right? They'll say lot 5, block 3 in um Austin, Texas estates or something, they'll give that description. You understand? Like of my house. They'll try to describe like a plot of land, describing my house. So let me get this right. If you say, okay, Christina M. Wilson is the title, and then you don't describe me as 5'10", black female, 170 pounds. You don't describe me that way. Okay, this is how you are able to like tell that your real property, your house, is not a part of this bankruptcy. The only thing that's a part of this bankruptcy is what created the bankruptcy in the first place,
Right.
and
And
that's
we know
what you
that.
signed.
Mhm.
That dope
We
nigga.
know that. Yeah, but the thing is, playing in these courts is how we trying to enforce it because
You
technically,
don't
like I
list
said,
it. You don't list it as the property. So when some of y'all are filing the bankruptcies, and then like you're telling them what the property is that has debt on it. No, you when you give a description of the property, you describe it. A promissory note. It's
Right.
on
The
eight
note.
by 10 inches paper. Yes, you can do. You have the power to do what you're not limited.
Put the
but
note number on there and everything.
but
Yes.
Christina, but how do we do that if we've already been discharged and we owe no debt? How does
You
that work?
you don't owe debt, but they
But
have they made all the money they took from you. You don't want it back.
oh yeah, I do. I do.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I
They're
do.
holding it in an account, okay? They're holding this in an account in your name that you don't control, and they have it offshore somewhere. It's an offshore account in your name that you don't control. They're using that to justify taking more money from you so that they can make this account that they're holding in your name that you don't control. They want to get as much money into it as they can. After a time, I don't know how much time, but I think I want to say like 5 to 7 years pass, then they turn around and they claim these estates as abandoned property. So you don't want that to happen. You report the fact that no, they absolutely have bankruptcy estates in your name because the public is in bank. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about that. The public is in bankruptcy. They are absolutely holding a bankruptcy estate in your name like it's written on your driver's license, and I'm assuming that your name is written in the backwards way.
Yeah.
Another thing y'all want to do when you're filing these petitions, you need to write your name the way that it's written on your driver's license. These petitions say write your first name like my name, and y'all will write Christina, and then you say what's your middle name, Meredith. You will write. That's not the way your name written. It's Wilson is the first name. That's the first name. Y'all understand what I'm explaining?
Yes. Because
Yeah.
Okay, you understand?
against
I want to
offshore
be
parent.
sure, like y'all
Yep.
following. Okay, so y'all are putting the wrong name on these bankruptcies. It needs, if you are doing a voluntary bankruptcy, it needs to be your last name. Your first name is in the middle, and then your middle name is at the end. That is how you identify a bankruptcy estate. So when you're filling out your bankruptcy petition, that clerk go try to argue you down. Oh, this ain't in the correct format. This ain't. You better process this down petition as I submitted it to you.
Because it's on the driver's license at that.
It's on. Yeah, you're asking me to lie. You're asking me to. Are you gonna assume liability in the event that I'm injured for not identifying the proper person? You need to stay out my damn business. Your only job is administrative. You supposed to stamp this damn document and send it where it's supposed to go. That's you're not a lawyer for me. I don't need legal advice. I didn't ask you for legal advice. Well, they tried to play that game with me when I went into the bankruptcy court. I said, no, I think my name on none of my identifications is written first. My first name, my middle name, none of it is written like this on my identification. The only place this name exists is on my birth certificate and my social security. That name backwards identifies a bankruptcy estate.
Mm.
Yep.
That's your bankrupt. That's why I bought this document that they sent me from DC, showing it. And they tried to be sneaky, y'all. They tried to tell us, oh, we had to deny your FOIA request. But in the body of the FOIA, you have to like they play with your mind a lot, okay? In the body of the letter, they gave us the account, the bankruptcy account. So I'm looking like, oh my God, this is the name. I never told them bankruptcy estate. So I never gave them my client's name backwards and said bankruptcy estate. I'm reading the document. I said, "Oh my God, they just gave us the estate that the District of Columbia, that Attorney General is holding a bankruptcy estate. This how they able to charge y'all child support. This is how they're able to do that through a bankruptcy estate. The bankruptcy estate was supposed they were supposed to take your promissory note. This is why I say like whatever you give to this bankrupt account, it's go pay. They don't want you to know that that's how it works. It'll pay whatever you give to it because it's just a deceit and it's just a matter of accounting, adding and subtracting numbers. That's it. So they obstruct you from accessing your decedent to make you think like, oh, it don't work like that. Oh, you must have heard that from one of them sovereign citizens or someone. That's not considered real money. What's real money? Because the public bankrupt. The only real money is labor and time, and they robbing us blind of it. They're robbing all of us of our labor and time, which is the only real asset in the public. And we getting robbed of it. So somebody else had a question? Federal Reserve notes is not real money. It's not. The US dollar is the labor and time of the people. That's the real that's the real asset of the country cuz without it you have nothing. Without labor and time, that's the money.
Excuse
So
me,
if you
Christina.
pull me into a bankruptcy court, if you pull me into a bankruptcy court talking about a debt, the only person that been injured here is me cuz of my labor and time. The judge getting paid. You getting fucking paid and compensated. I'm sorry, ma'am. Go ahead.
So if I create my request, where do I send it? Is it to the company because, or is it to the registered agent because don't the FOIA requests, cost to request?
Not in bankruptcy. It don't. There are no
But if I,
costs. I need you to understand bankruptcy. There's no money in the public, so there is no fee. I wouldn't even ask them if there is a fee associated with it because if there's a fee, guess what they can do? They can go right into that bankruptcy account they got and set off any fees that may come up. So don't worry about making a payment to them. Um, send you okay? So your question was regarding what company is this that you're sending the FOIA request to?
well, it will be everybody, but I'm specifically talking about Social Security, the SSI.
Okay, so you would send the FOIA request. I think the SSI is like a different department within the Social Security Administration. And what y'all find out is that these departments are not linked together. You think they are, but they're not. They're not linked together. So what I would do is look up the FOIA request for the SSI program. They might provide you with an email address or excuse me, or a mailing address and you want to get either that email or mailing address, if they give you an email, use the email because it's faster. And you want to send that FOIA into the Social Security Administration because you want to know is this the same person with the IRS issue?
Yes, ma'am.
You want to know, okay, exactly what records were sent over to the Social Security Administration from the IRS. So you would have to just do a little search on Google, find out what is the FOIA, who's the FOIA officer for the SSI department of the Social Security Administration. Also, what you could do is report waste, fraud, and abuse to the Inspector General. See, I have to show y'all an example of all of this. You will have to you can send a waste, fraud, and abuse into the Inspector General, but in his military capacity because now government agencies are colluding with each other. They're colluding against you at this point, and the only person that can break up this um it's not a separation of power because the Social Security Administration deals with money and they're trying to collude against you. So you need the inspector general to break up whatever this romance that the IRS has over at the Social Security office because they shouldn't be talking to each other, especially, and nobody's really talking to you. Everybody bypassing you and they could just go and send requests to your account and then the SSI can act based upon the information. No, you can't. You can't just act on information that you received. The only person with enforcement authority is you. You was the person that signed up for the Social Security Administration. They can't just enforce against you. You have to agree with the enforcement. That's why I think, like, even with the Social Security it's not what I think, it's what I know. Even with the Social Security Administration, that's how crazy, how entrenched these governments are with these territories.
It's
The,
interesting that you say that because when I was reading over the paperwork that they sent me, the Social Security number was listed as my claim number. So I was like, a claim number? So isn't that in lieu out of insurance?
yeah, a claim. It's insurance. All of this is about insurance, but they're trying to make us the insurance. It, they really don't want you to know that all of this shit is fictional. That technically you could just walk into the bank, you could make your own private instrument, you could just trade and exchange with them. That's not good enough, because if we just exchange, then everybody would just, we would all have all just what we need. That's not good enough. So the only way to get more than what you got is to do what they're doing. So yes, you will have to do that FOIA request to the Social Security Administration, and do one to the IRS, and ask them for any records or correspondence. And you want also the authorization. Like, who told you to go talk to the Social Security Administration? Who told you to go? You ain't talking to the Social Security Administration. You're talking to SSI.
Christina, I have a question.
Yes.
Oh man, I was gonna try to get in. Okay. So I'm involved in like a civil case,
Mhm.
basically in the county court. Well, it's actually district, but I've been dealing with this for about a year now. And so the guy that I bought my house with, he filed for a partition request. Are you familiar with what that is?
A partition request?
Yeah, so a
To
partition.
hide something. A partition is like to cover up something or hide something, unless they have a different definition for partition.
So partition is well, they say that it's technically where he wants to sell. He wants to force me to sell my home. We bought it together, but I've been the only one that's lived in it. Um, and so he wants to force me to sell the property because
Mhm.
he's on it too, the loan or whatever. But so he took me to civil court for it.
Are y'all married?
Well, see, this is kind of a little bit complicated.
Okay, I
No,
understand.
no,
Okay.
not technically married, but
Okay.
now I'm at the point where I've already filed for divorce because I could say that we were common law married. But let me backtrack a little bit. So the partition request was going through the civil process, and I filed a to challenge jurisdiction, and they just
Mhm.
basically flat out ignored
Of
my
course.
yeah, they quote unquote threw it out, didn't even acknowledge it whatsoever. And then what they did was the
Which
judge,
court? What court? Which court are y'all in?
Jefferson County District Court.
Is it state or federal district? Cuz state has a
State.
district court. Okay, state.
Yes.
Mm,
So then listen to what happened. So then I was waiting for the trial because it was supposed to be in November, this past November. I was waiting for the trial to come up. Well, the judge
can you give me some coffee?
ruled on a summary judgment that I
Give
didn't
it.
even know was happening. I wasn't even aware.
Okay.
And so he ruled on a summary judgment against me, and the way that he ruled was so inequitable. Like he didn't even they
Mhm.
aren't even going to give me like half of my house. Like
Mhm.
it was like so inequitable. And
Mhm.
so then I filed an appeal. I filed for a motion to stay, vacate. Then I
Mhm.
decided to file for a divorce because, I'll go that route then.
It's a
If
bankruptcy court file for automatic stay. That's the motion you need to file. You need an automatic stay. And
because
you
yeah, then what happened,
Mhm.
Christine?
Mhm.
They served. I got served with um a citation to show cause because they're trying to force me to sell my house, and but there's an automatic injunction because of the divorce,
Yeah,
so
so
nobody
they
can
asked you
do
to
that.
show cause. That was, oh man. That's great. Show cause, bankruptcy. That's the cause. Bankruptcy.
Well,
Bankruptcy
I
grants
filed.
you a stay.
Well, so did the divorce.
Oh
So did the
yeah.
divorce. That
But
that
see, I was asking you if you guys were married because that marriage license, what people don't know, that marriage license has an insurance policy behind it too. So if this marriage license having has an insurance policy, I would give it to either the state court or the bankruptcy court and let them know that this to take the payment, whatever payment it is he's asking for. Take it out. That marriage license will be used as a financial instrument. Take the payment out of this marriage license and give it to him so he can leave me alone.
Yeah, so we weren't married, but Colorado's common law.
Yeah.
So that's why I just filed for divorce because I'm like, you want to fight me this way, I'm going to fight you this way,
That's a
and
complex situation. I kind of
very
it
complex.
is. It's complex because it's like it's not the corporations, it's your former partner that's doing this.
Right.
That's initiating this, but the I think the best course of action you'll have to stop the court is bankruptcy. Is to
Okay.
bring up bankruptcy. There is no money in the public. There is no money.
Okay.
It's no money. I know he's asking to liquidate the house, but there was no previous agreement
Oh, and
to
what makes this even more interesting is that so I called Lakeview Loan and I'm like, I want a copy of my note. I want you guys to send me, all the documentation that you guys have. And they flat out told me that they don't have my note, and they have is the front side of 2 pages of my note. They don't even have the back side.
Of course they don't.
Yeah, and so they sent me, a scanned copy, and they told me they don't have the physical copy. There's no endorsement on anything. Oh, and my deed of trust up at the county doesn't even have the right servicer on it. It has the first servicer, but not the second. So
Not
it's
the
just
new.
a huge
It's a
mess.
mess. It is. It is a huge mess. It's a mess. Now both of y'all's names are on the property and he
Mm.
wants you to sell it so that he can get half of the proceeds from selling the house.
But he's asking for more than half, which he should not be entitled to begin with, because I've been making the mortgage payments myself for 4 years. So he's asking for way too much, in that summary judgment, he went ahead and gave it to him without me even being there because I pissed him off by challenging jurisdiction, is what happened.
Probably. And he felt like, oh, you're a woman. You don't have.
Right.
Probably. Yeah, they treated you unfairly, which they're not supposed to do. This is a complex situation. So, like, the only. If I was in that situation, now knowing what I know about bankruptcy court, I would take that action to, like, stay the summary judgment, to have it vacated. To have the summary judgment vacated because it violates a state under Title 11 of the Bankruptcy Code.
Okay. Well, we're still going through the divorce right now.
Mhm.
So I don't even know how that's really going to play into all
You
this,
could
but
file a state, and you can always. I know sometimes some people are just you can't work with them. You know, I
well, and
know
he
some.
and
Mhm.
I mean, not that I would want one, but
Yeah, some people
he's
you can't work with, but like just this is ridiculous. Like, w- are you willing to make a deal? Like, can we make a
well.
side deal or agreement
See, I've
out of
tried to do
court?
that. I told him from the beginning. I said, "Let's go to mediation and let's figure this out." I'm fine with selling my house. I want to get the fuck out of here. Honestly, like
Sure.
I don't want to deal with any of this shit anymore.
Mhm.
But he's saying that he's entitled to, like, all. He basically wants to give me nothing out of this place
Yeah,
because
which is
he's so
not fair.
scorned. He's scorned,
Uh, I
and
know how
we
that
weren't even
is.
lovers. Like, we were best friends, but he's
Right.
scorned. So
Right.
he doesn't want to give me what's rightfully mine, and so that's the whole part of this. That's
I think arbitration too, you raised a good point because in private US territories, okay, it is a rule of thumb when two people typically like of a similar territory are warring with each other or arguing with each other, the courts have to turn to like some sort of arbitration agreement to find out like what was agreed upon. But none of this shit exists. So it just means that the court is like it's just making up shit as it goes, if that makes sense. Like
yeah.
whatever he says, okay? Whatever he says, they just make it up as it goes and it's considered fact on the public record without any evidence. And that's why I say, like, it'll be a headache for you to argue this. It's just such a headache. I don't want to argue. I'm tired of fighting. I don't want to show up to court no more.
Yeah.
I would honestly, I would really consider bankruptcy. I would consider, because you have a stay under bankruptcy. You do, and the court should have granted you a stay instead of a summary judgment. They should have granted a stay. So not only are you exposing this overreach by the court, but a clear violation of bankruptcy, Title 11. You're entitled to a stay, okay, of proceedings. The crazy thing about the stay is that it exists forever. As long as
What do
that
you mean?
bankruptcy stay, as long as that bankruptcy estate exists, so does the stay. How many
Okay.
bankruptcy estates do you have? Even if, let's say, you gave them the bankrupt, like the mortgage company, okay? You say, okay, well, here is the bankruptcy estate for my mortgage company, okay? You got several other accounts, several other bankruptcy estates out there. So at no time can anybody ever collect a debt until that bankruptcy estate is closed. And then you will be completely private. So, like, as long as a bankruptcy estate is open, meaning your utilities, that's a bankruptcy estate. Your auto loan, if you have one, that's a bankruptcy estate. Your credit card, that's a bankruptcy estate. So let's say you and your ex-husband went to court regarding the house, and let's say, okay, you tell the judge, like, hey, there's a bankruptcy estate. I am I have a right to a stay, okay, an automatic stay under Title 11 of the bankruptcy. Even if the court settled the bankruptcy account attached to the mortgage, you got several other bankruptcies out there.
Oh, I see what you
You
mean.
understand what I mean? So, like, they cannot resume bankruptcy against you at no time because you have a stay.
Okay. And what happened? I'm not very knowledgeable with bankruptcy in general. I've never
Mhm.
had one. What happens if I do a bankruptcy, Title 11? What happens with my mortgage and all that?
Um, if you do, I wouldn't do a Title 11 because he's coming after you for the money. You don't have the money. The bankrupt,
Right.
the more that I'm the wrong person. You could actually raise that as a defense. Well, I'm the wrong person to come after because technically I don't own the house. If they got a deed recorded at the county, it means that they either the mortgage company owns the house or I own the house, but it can't be both. So which is it? And I would bring the mortgage company, listen, which is it? Do I own it or do y'all own it? Because I'm being sued for something that y'all recorded on a public record as stating that you own this asset and my ex-husband is suing me for it when I don't own it.
Right. Well, and the current mortgage, people aren't even on the freaking deed of trust anymore. It's like
Yeah, I would,
it's,
hey, I'm not the owner of it. I would say that. I would say, like, hey, I don't own it, even though they have your name on it. They just got your name as the face of it. But the mortgage company is the one claiming ownership. So, like, how can I give you something that I don't own?
so. But what ends up happening with this with my house though? What happens when
I can't
I
say.
want to get rid of
I
it?
know I can't see into the future, so I can't say. But I wouldn't technically in a bankruptcy. I wouldn't mention the house. I would only mention the asset, which is the promissory note.
Which nobody even has.
Oh yeah, that's right. You did say that. This is insane. Y'all see how crazy these scams are, and we like getting the shit taxed out of us on scams.
Well, there's like over $250,000 in equity in this place.
Oh no. Yeah,
So
bankruptcy
there-
because you want your money. Like even if you just split it with him just to get him to leave you alone, I know how much peace. Like I'm starting to feel that way. The older I get, I feel like money is not a substitute for peace. It's
right.
not. It is
That's
just
true.
not. I do not
It's
feel
not,
like
but at the same
money.
time, it's like
No.
that's the only thing that I have.
I know. I know. I got a family, so like it's a bit different for me. So I can understand that. Like if you're a single person or yeah, I
Well, I
can
mean, I have a
understand
son,
that.
I have a
Hey,
granddaughter. I mean, I have a
hey,
family.
Christina. Hey,
Hey,
Christina. I'm sorry.
yes.
Hi, this Ramona. How are you?
Hey Ramona, I'm good. I'm hanging. I got a migraine trying to set in, so I'm drinking coffee to fight it off. But I'm
Okay.
hanging in
I'm
there.
everybody got a lot of things
Yes,
going on,
I
and
know.
just to hear there's always positivity in everything, in every avenue. It creates another path and another
Yes,
path and another path.
yes.
And so, with that being said, I want to ask about the BFY
Okay.
because I did it in June. It was received in June.
Mhm.
It was processed in September, and then it was denied. And then they said, no, you have to uh, apply. No, they asked me, well, where does the funds come from? And then another person
From
says,
your
well, no, you got
bankruptcy
to.
estate. From your
Oh,
bankruptcy
okay.
estate. That's where it came
Oh,
from.
okay.
Mhm.
Okay, because now it's saying, well, who it nothing was applied. No money was put in. Who paid the money? No money was put in there. And I mean, they have had so many different answers, and I'm like,
What
I
do
said
I
some of this stuff.
follow? Yeah.
Yeah, and it's
What
like,
do I do? Because y'all are telling me so many different things and they do that. Okay, so what you can do because you're trying to find out exactly what caused your return not to release a FOIA request and you want all
well,
records go ahead. Go
when
ahead.
I'm sorry, not just release, they didn't even apply it. The
I
lady
want to know
yesterday said,
why.
the lady said she don't see it.
I want to know why.
Mm-hmm.
Ask for, yeah, do a FOIA still. Do a FOIA, and you want all records related to that 1041. So if you have like a certified mail number, you can put, hey, this is a FOIA request for all transcripts, records related to the 2023 or 2024, whichever a year tax return you use. This is for all records related to that IRS 1041 return. This is the certified mail number, and you want all records related to it so you can see exactly what because some parts of the IRS system they don't tell you that the agents can't see. It don't matter if you give them your social or you give grant them access. Their access is limited. So it's some things within your accounts that they cannot see. And rather than to just say, it just don't say here, there's not enough information. That would tell you like, okay, well, I probably need to go through other channels in order because there has to be an answer for this. There has to be a
Right,
reason that it was not processed. But if y'all don't give me a clear reason why it wasn't, I don't know how to move forward at this point. So you
right.
will
Well,
have to do the FOIA and you will have to ask them for those specific records regarding
okay,
that 1041 return so that you can understand, like at least I can know. If not, what I would do if it didn't go in, send it again. Keep the letter that says that it was never applied. They can't come back on you and be like, oh, well, you filed two returns for the same year. Keep that letter as your proof and file your packet again. This time, send it to a territory when they on that
okay,
address, when they're asking you like where are you going to send your return, look up the address for a US territory and you send it there.
okay.
That's one of the things I'm going to change when I update the borrow. I'm like, nah, we need to send these to territories, not for the state. We
What do
send
you
it as
mean
a
Mm.
territory.
exactly?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Nothing.
What do you mean by that exactly? Send
a,
it to the
a
territory.
U.S. territory. Okay, so the IRS, the U.S. territory, entities that are territorial have their own laws and their own tax laws. Does that make sense? So if
Yeah.
you're a territorial entity, it means that you do not follow the IRS code. You have your own tax laws. You have your own rules to follow in a U.S. territory, okay? So if you send your return to a U.S. territory and you're your own government, you're your own territory, you make up your own rules, your own laws, you're sending your packet to a IRS territory to be processed differently from the 1041s that are processed in the mainland United States. The mainland United States and US territories are not the same. Does that make sense? Like the
Got it.
territory, the U.S. You're a U.S. territory. You're a territory. I'm a territory. All of us are territorial because we got our own rules. And the not only do the IRS code, all of it, when they talk about territories, read it in the U.S. code and in the CFR, they talk about territories. How the reason why these corporations are taking our accounts into territories because there's no oversight. Nobody asks questions here. It's whatever I say goes in a territory.
So you would be literally sending it to where?
The address on
Yeah, there's an address on
there's
there
a
for
yes,
territories.
it's on their paperwork. It asks you like if you live in Wyoming or Texas
Oh,
or Illinois, you send your return here. They say, but if you live in a U.S. territory, send
I
your
see.
return here. So you want to send your return to where it says send it to the U.S. territory.
Okay,
Yeah, I
gotcha.
think that's
Okay, quick
Guam,
question.
Puerto Rico, and
Yes,
some
that's
Virgin.
where you
Yeah,
want
Yeah,
that
to
would be
send
that's
it.
exactly
territorial
what it
areas.
is.
That's the
Correct.
Yeah,
Quick question,
territory.
Christine.
But what Christina is saying is we're all territories.
We're all
Correct.
territories. Yes. All of us have different we got different beliefs. We don't all believe the same thing. Now, when it comes to the Constitution, like even if okay, you might my next door neighbor could be Muslim, okay, and I'm Christian, but it doesn't matter that you're Muslim and I'm Christian, okay, because you're a territory onto yourself. You have the right to believe as you want to believe because that's what the Constitution promises. Now, this is where we become a democracy. If somebody robs my neighbor, me, my husband, we have an obligation to help whoop their ass, okay? Because if they do this to you, then I guess we're next. This is what the democracy was supposed to be for. Okay, so yes, we might not agree with everything. We got different political views, different religious views, okay, different ideas on marriage or sex or whatever the issue is that makes us territories. But when there is like a threat or something like that, no, we're Americans, okay? I'm coming to your aid, you come to mine. And that's the whole concept. But as territories, no, territories have, and look this up. Don't take my word for it. I want y'all to read into what a U.S. territory is. You are both. You are both a territory and you're a state. You're both. So how
Quick
they
question,
act
Christine.
quasi judicial, how the judges can act quasi judicial, you can too. But not only can you be quasi judicial, you're technically already a tribunal. If you understand what I'm saying. You're already a tribunal under the Constitution. They're trying
That's a,
to get you to believe you're under their tribunal. They want you to believe that to be the case. This is why they do the things that they do to you to get you to believe, see, this is real. You're under my rules. This is my domain. You got to do what I say. Okay? But you're not the same. You're a territory. Not only are you a territory, but you're technically a tribunal under the Constitution. This means you carry all three powers in one. You carry it. And that's what the Constitution does. It makes you a tribunal so no one else can do this to you. You don't want nobody to have the right to make rules for you. You don't want nobody to have the right to explain what the rules are to you. You don't want no one to have the power to inflict punishment or something upon you if you don't do what they say. No.
Christina,
Yes.
Christine.
some people say that we have to document that and change our status and do all that kind of stuff in order to bring that to their into their records. What's your thought on that?
I don't believe in status correction. No. I
All
don't think
right,
so. I think that's a waste of your time. There's only two statuses. There's a constitutional person and a territorial person.
right. So
That's it.
yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree.
I don't and I try to like give you guys advice, but I don't want to be like your mom. Like you're free to listen to what you want to listen to, but like I'm very selective about what I listen to because if I listen to all these different ideas, it'll take me away or cast doubt upon what I already know and believe. And so if you have like a specific belief about this process, okay? And you got people saying, "Oh, you got to change your status and correct your status." There is no status to be corrected. There is you, and then there is a bankruptcy estate. That's it. There
Right,
is nothing
right.
to correct. Only thing that needs to be done is this bankruptcy estate needs to be brought in and accounted for. That's it. I
So,
want to
Chris,
get rid of it so you can start operating in the private. Meaning, when you want to buy something, all you do is send an instrument. You use your own um, bill of exchange. You make your own checks, okay? And that's the next thing that I'm trying to get a solid answer on how to do.
Right.
Christina, I was gonna
Yes.
ask you
Question, Kristen.
when you say involuntary bankruptcy, so that's us
Mhm.
acting as the creditor, right?
Yes, correct.
So
You're
how do we
saying
start
that.
that process and how do we execute it?
Sure. Okay, so the involuntary bankruptcy, I think it's a B201 form. So kind of like the B101 form, which is voluntary, there is a form that says involuntary. You have to go to the bankruptcy court website, and where it says forms, look at the forms, and you're looking for the form that says involuntary bankruptcy.
Okay.
And you fill out that involuntary bankruptcy petition. Okay, and you file that involuntary bankruptcy petition into the bankruptcy court. Now, in terms of a waiver, because I don't believe in paying when you go to the bankruptcy court, because I just think it's oxymoronish. This is bankruptcy. Why I don't have no money. I don't have anything. Why would I pay you, especially if you're going to be bringing in an estate that got assets in it? You could just take it once you bring in, if there are any fees due. Okay, I'll pay reasonable fees out of the estate that already exists. Not
Right.
you're about to make me dig in my pocket and pay you $300 or $400 or however much in order to initiate a bankruptcy. No, you're going to initiate it, and I would ask the clerk, is there a waiver since this is considered bankruptcy? And ask the clerk that specifically, and like, what do I, when they tell you that, oh, you could fill out this waiver, ask the clerk, is there a substitute waiver? Meaning, can I fill out my own?
Okay.
Because on your substitute waiver, you might not have the questions on that waiver that the bankruptcy court are asking you about. You might just put, hey, this is my waiver. What's the reason for this waiver? Bankruptcy. Like I just showed you, this document I just showed you. I didn't
Right.
put that on there. The district court of DC court put that on there. They put that on there.
So do we send the FOIA before we do the involuntary bankruptcy?
It depends. If you want to get the information first, or you want to file the bankruptcy and then
Well,
they
the
try to
reason why I was saying
hide it.
because I went through bankruptcy and I'm
Mhm.
basically trying to go back and get this money back. So I'm gonna do involuntary bankruptcy.
Bankruptcy. What
So
I
that's
would
why I was
do,
wondering,
don't
should I
do
do
that
the
just
FOIA?
yet, because the
Mm-hmm.
bankruptcy is already over with. Okay, so what I
Mm-hmm.
would do, I would do the FOIA, and what you want, what you're asking for specifically, and you might have to list it. You want to list every account. Okay, you want the bankruptcy estate for every company that's listed on that bankruptcy case as a creditor. You want the bankruptcy estate for every one of those companies, and you send a FOIA request requesting that. So if you listed 20 companies on that bankruptcy, okay,
Mm-hmm.
with different debts, you
Mm-hmm.
want from the bankruptcy court, I would like a all records related to the bankruptcy of each company, and you name the company. You want the bankruptcy estate information regarding that company, and
Mm-hmm.
you ask the court to send it to you. Now, once you have proof of that bankruptcy court, like, if they send it to you in the FOIA, like they send you the accounting and everything like that, bankruptcy court is not where you need to go. You now have to go to an Article 3 court because you've been injured.
Right.
They took your stuff. Okay, they
Right.
took from you the trustee. You supposed to be a trustee. You concealed these things from me, so now you got to start punishing.
Right.
Okay, and not only do you want to punish them, but you want to recover the money to,
Damages.
yes, you want to recover the money that they were supposed to give you from them bankruptcy estates that existed, because you paid a bunch. Not only did your promissory note get deposited, but all the money you paid into these accounts got deposited as well.
Right.
And that money is just sitting there. Meanwhile, everybody out here struggling.
Right.
So that's what you want to do. I would not
Mhm.
file an involuntary bankruptcy for your situation. What I would do is a FOIA to get the information from them related to every,
Incriminate themselves,
yeah,
basically.
yeah, go on and tell on yourself, because the law say you have to. You got to be transparent. And if you
Right.
try to invoke an exemption, oh, okay, now you trying to pull. I don't think. I would argue, okay? If I had to argue, which I don't, I tell y'all never to argue, okay? But
Mhm.
if I had to argue a point, I don't think they should be able to invoke a constitution into a something they're operating as a territory.
Right.
How can you claim an exemption under the Constitution when this whole time you've been acting like a territory, like your own tribunal? But now you're about to get caught. Now you want to claim the Constitution, and I don't think you should be able to do that. You should have been true and honest from the beginning.
And who did you say a Article 3 example of like an Article 3 court would be?
The federal district court.
Federal district. Okay.
Yes, the federal district court is all three. They have
Okay.
the legislative, they have the judicial, and they have the executive. The executive technically is you, but
Is
they
it?
have
Yeah.
all three. They operate as a tribunal. They already operate as a tribunal, but it's like it's a tribunal for corporations. Okay,
Right.
and they call these Article 3 courts. Now, these can be constitutional courts where they look at whether or not violations to the Constitution was committed. And in most cases, it's a lot of constitutional violations that they committed.
Yeah.
That's what the Article 3 court is for.
Right.
But you have to be careful because they can be territories too.
So how could you tell the
You
difference?
could, if they start talking to you about code,
Um,
this section that says municipal code section this says you have to give me, if they start exerting control over you, telling you what
mm,
to do, telling you when to show up, telling you, talking to you a certain kind of way, like you
so
would,
it'd be so
yeah.
it would be like Congress talking to the president like that.
Yes,
Okay.
correct. You the president. No, technically that's the correct word you're using. That's
Right.
exactly what you are. You're an executive.
Right.
That's exactly what you are. And they're sitting here talking to you like you're not who you are. But you
Like I'm
have to
not the commander in
believe it.
chief.
Yeah, you the commander in chief, but you got to believe that in your mind. You're surrounded by people that think they're smarter than you, and these people are not so much smarter than you. They are not.
They don't even know the law.
Some
That's
of,
how they
yes, they
operate the
don't
way
know
they
the law.
operate.
They don't know it. That's true. They really don't know it, and that's why I tell you guys, like, the FOIA is safe. Okay,
Right.
the FOIA is a safe way for you to get information out of them. To get get information
Legally.
out of them. Yes, legally. To get it out of them, it's almost like a discovery.
Hmm.
It's a discovery of information. And when you're in a court and you're doing a discovery, they can't withhold it from you.
Look at
So
it like an executive order, like how Trump's doing all these
correct.
executive orders. Like he's tasking this
He's
order to
teaching
do
you how to
this.
be an executive. If people are
Right.
watching, and I know some people
Yes,
don't
yep,
agree.
yep.
I know some people may not agree. I know there are differences of opinion, but I watch that man closely because,
Hmm.
like, with that citizenship, once I thought about it, I said, "Oh my God, we've been selling our damn citizenships, and we
To
sitting
these
around here
companies.
struggling. Yeah, we've been
Right.
set for free when we could be charging their ass buku. Oh, you want to come to America?
So
Oh,
let me
okay.
ask you this, Christina.
Mhm.
So like say when I go get a car or when I go get a house through a
Mhm.
bank or when I go get let's just say something simple like a phone service
Yes.
or even like a water service.
Yes.
Could I technically basically write up my own contract and say, hey, for
That's
me to
what you're supposed to
do
do.
this
Yes.
contract with you guys, I need you to sign this for me.
Correct. Correct.
What
And
if they say no?
they
How could
can't.
I?
They can't.
Well, we know that, Christina. But let's say
Yes.
they say no, like we know
Yes.
these
Go
people think
somewhere
they know
else.
the law and don't.
Go somewhere else. Go to another
Well,
company that's willing to
well,
play ball.
let's say everybody says no. I'm saying, how do we enforce that? Because technically, when we have our social security number, which they all ask for, they
You
say
could.
it's they
You
say
could.
it's for our
Mhm.
identity, but really it's
Yes.
for them to slide that credit card.
Correct. Correct.
That's a
Technically,
whole
what
other
you can do,
video.
it is a whole nother,
Right.
it is another conversation, but let me give you a
Yep.
quick crash course, okay? What you can do is when you can go to your electric delivery company. Now, you know that that is different from the electricity plan provider. You know these is two different. Your
Right.
local electricity provider, they're the ones that, like, if your electricity goes down, they have to come and fix it. You
Right.
can go directly to them. You don't have to go to the utility plan provider like the rest of us retards. Like I'm retarded too. Like the rest of us retarded go to the electricity plan provider to get electricity when they don't have electricity. All they're doing is selling plans. So you would
Services.
bypass them and you would go directly to the local delivery company and you would establish a trust, okay? Remember, a trust, when you're dealing with especially the local, their territory, okay? So they can also operate as a territory. So you approach them with a trust, okay? You put the trust on the account. The trust makes the rules. That's all it does. You want the trust to make the rules, okay? Who is the trustee? Who are the parties involved, okay? So the trust makes the rules and the trust defines, outlines who the parties are involved, you and the local electric delivery company, okay? The electricity meter, you want to give that asset to either your private bank or you make a holdings company. Okay? And you give your meter number. So you find out what's the number on my meter. You give that asset to your holdings company. Okay? So now you're separating the power. The asset is held by a holdings company. So if the utility plan provider wants to do business with you, they have to lease it. And the only way for you to lease it is you have to go to your holdings company and get it to draft the lease that says, you know how you buy the electricity plan where they say, oh, we'll pay you 14 cent per 1,000 kilowatt hour. That's how
Right.
much they're saying they're going to pay you. And so you're going to lease your meter to the utility plan provider. So now you have your legislative, you have your judiciary. Okay, you define, explain who everybody is. You define the words, but the asset, which is the money, is being held by a different entity that neither one of these companies can access. They don't own it. If they want to use it, they have to lease it. Okay, you want your trust to have things in it like foreign policy. This is one of the things they don't explain when they talk about foreign policy. They talk about foreign policy and then they show you Ukraine. So you start to think that foreign policy is all about foreign countries, when in reality, you're foreign to me.
Right.
That's what foreign policy is, someone who's not a part of your organization. Okay? So you want to include federal policy. You want to include enforcement agencies. Who is supposed to be watching them so that you can send them a copy of the lease to let them know that you're in a agreement. They don't have to see everything like the details, but you want to notify the enforcement agencies like the PUC, okay, that you're in an agreement with this utility plan provider. So this is one of the ways, that's what I was saying, like when we were trying to get the utility company to accept the remittances and then they wouldn't, I said, okay, I got a plan for y'all. We finna come back and we finna reorganize as trusts. And you reorganize your business affairs as trusts, but you separate your assets. Okay, your assets cannot be in the same place as the laws. You want the laws to be in a different place if you can. The laws to be different from the judiciary, to be separate from the money, so that none of these three things are all together in one contract, and then you go ahead and now you can lease it. Everybody is supposed to be paying you right now. So anybody using your car, using your house, using, you supposed to be getting checks off that water. You
Right.
supposed to be getting money off of that, but instead
We're the ones paying.
we're the ones paying.
Thank you, Christina.
You're welcome.
Good question, Christine.
Quick
Danielle?
question, Christina.
Yes.
How you doing? So the bar from yourself, I did last May,
Okay, oh
and
wow, that's a while ago.
yeah. So I got notice from them in November that my credits were
appearing on my transcript. So they told me to call back in 2 weeks to because the next notice that I should get is how I want to receive the funds.
Mhm.
And so after about 2 weeks, I called back.
Mhm.
And so this agent told me, she basically told me she couldn't, she saw it, but they needed more time to process it. So I was like, well,
This is
from my knowledge, it's
ridiculous.
already processed.
Yeah.
And so she told me to, it was around Christmas time this
Mhm.
time. So she told me to wait until after Christmas, and I did. So I called mid-January. And so now they're trying to hit me with the 3176C,
Mhm.
which is the frivolous filing. And she was
Mhm.
like, well, just wait until you get the notice,
Mhm.
180 days. So
Mhm.
how should I go about that notice?
Okay.
I haven't got it yet,
Okay.
but should I
Mhm.
reply to it even
Sure.
now that I
Yeah.
haven't received the notice?
Of course. If you haven't received it, you wait for it.
Okay.
You want them to
Mhm.
give you the frivolous filing because they're talking about money. You understand?
Right.
The public is bankrupt.
Hmm.
The public is bankrupt. I know I have to keep saying it because like we've been trained so long to like when we get a bill or what the IRS is giving you $5,000. Where
Hmm.
they get the money from?
Exactly me.
Yeah, where did this $5,000 come from? They're trying to launder it through you by making it look like some sort of penalty. The IRS is holding a bankruptcy estate. They're holding a bankruptcy estate.
Yeah, I do
So,
feel like they're holding it hostage.
correct. Yes, they are. So, there ain't no money in the public, so where y'all get this 5,000? Where this money coming from? The only way you gonna be able to get $5,000 out of me is through my labor and time, and I could swear we had a 13th Amendment. I could
And
swear, I could swear we had a 13th Amendment, but maybe I'm wrong, okay? But if you wait until they send girl, I done got threats from the IRS. Oh, we gonna do this to you, we gonna do that to you, and they don't do nothing.
yeah, and this is March, and I still haven't received the notice.
How long ago they told has 180 days passed?
It will be next month, actually.
Okay, I will wait. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it. Don't let it rob you of your peace. Don't even worry about it. If it comes in the mail at that point, it's time for you to trace the money. I need to know shit. Y'all got $5,000. I want some. Where y'all getting this money from?
Hmm.
You want your FOIA request to request the records from the IRS regarding this charge. The IRS
Okay.
cannot just charge you at will. This is how you identify you're in some sort of tribunal, some sort of territory. Okay, this is not constitutional. You can't just show up charging me money. They think that because they say that we're an enforcement agency for the government, you make the mistake of thinking that they can enforce against you.
Hmm. And initially, get this, initially I received a notice saying that my credits were zero. So when I called
That's
them and
correct.
told them
That's
that they,
right. When they tell you that is zero, that's correct. Because if you listen, if you say, okay, hey, there was a transaction between my estate and my trust for a
Mhm.
$100,000, okay, and you give them a voucher that has a negative $100,000,
You're
the
right.
account should say zero. So they're right when they tell you that the amount is zero, but they also should be releasing a check to you.
Exactly. That is true. And so when I told her that, um, she was like, well, I said, well, do you see my 56 forms on file? She didn't see anything on file.
Mhm.
She said that so she had me fax everything right back to her. She said, if you can fax it to me right now. So I had to pull it out of my file and
Okay.
refax everything to her. And that's when and about 3 weeks after that is when I called in and those credits were on my transcript.
I hate this so bad that it's like
They did the same thing
they
too.
do
It's
this to
been
everybody. Everyone should have gotten their check, but the IRS is playing games.
Yeah.
I did. I
April, it'll
Yeah.
be
did.
2 years.
They're playing games.
Yeah.
They are absolutely playing games. Oh, well, we see the credits. Well, release it.
Exactly.
Release it in the FOIA request. You can ask that. You can look
Oh,
up
believe
any
me, they're getting
codes.
it Monday.
Correct. And anything related to release, money release, okay, be thorough. Look
Hmm.
it up and see. Okay, request a release of, let me see, funds. I want records related to the release of these funds. You can be specific. If you're specific enough, it can be asked in a FOIA request.
Okay.
You,
Christina, real quick,
There's
if
yes.
nothing you could do
if
until you
if
came and
they
told
say
us this. I'm sorry, go
if
on.
they say where you get this information from, like where did, like, if you ask them about the bankruptcy estate
Mhm.
and they say where did you get this information from, we
Title
don't know what
11 of the
you're talking about.
bankruptcy code. Title 11 of the bankruptcy code.
And if they say, well, we don't see you filing for any bankruptcy, where did you get this
In a
from?
FOIA request, if they make it to you,
Okay.
if they say that, no, I'm asking you for clarification. Like, if they say to you that there is no bankruptcy estate, did they say that
No,
to you?
no, no,
You,
I'm just saying, like, if they try
how
to
would I answer
backfire
that?
and say that.
Well, then where does this
Yes.
money come from?
Yeah, right.
Where does the money come from? It only stands the reason.
The
Where is
credit.
this money coming? Yeah, these
Mhm.
credits. I'm sorry.
That's
Thank you for
right, credit.
correcting me.
Do
It's
you
credit.
Yep.
Where are these credits coming from then?
do you think it
Where is
could be
these
because
where is
no
debt?
one's
How does debt exist then?
Yeah.
That's right.
do you think they're not getting their check because no one's endorsing their voucher at the bottom of the
Yeah.
notice we're getting?
I'm sorry. What was the
So we should
question?
be
No,
endorsing it like a check
no.
No, they're just plain stupid. That's
because
all
the
they're
bottom of
doing.
the IRS vouchers, the bottom of the IRS papers that they sent says um detach the voucher. So I think they're telling
Yes,
us to
yes, I'm
detach that
sorry. Yes, let me tell
Oh,
I
and
the
know
no
what she
one's
means.
doing it.
yes, the
Doing it.
575.
Yes,
Yes.
Yes.
correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes,
Now,
yes. So that is why
mhm.
those funds are zero because you didn't place we didn't place those in that account. Like tech,
Yeah.
like the pretend
Yeah.
way. So we have
Yes.
to negative that amount so they could or give it to that's what I had that's what I forgot earlier. But yeah, that's the only other thing besides the certificate of trust they're asking for and then endorsing that sending it back because it says it's a voucher and it says to
That's
detach it and
correct.
send it back.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
And I told you guys about my husband. He got it was like almost a $4,000 voucher from the IRS. Okay, it was detachable at the bottom portion. He took it to Navy Federal Credit Union and deposited it. He got a deposit
Yes.
slip and he gave it to Navy Federal. Navy Federal never credited his account. They sent it to, this is before I knew this, y'all. I didn't understand what the bankruptcy estate was. So his funds never showed up in his primary bank account. But when we went to the IRS, the system showed a negative. It was like 3,800 and some change, but I'm saying 4,000 just to make it solid. But it said negative that amount, and it said taxes owed was zero. So yes, if the IRS sends you like a detachable coupon, you can absolutely take that to your bank, but be careful because they'll try to deposit that money into your bankruptcy estate. And remember, all of them are holding bankruptcy estates in your name. But if they deposit that money into that account, it's an account that they control. So they just
Christina,
add your money into that account and they keep it until you forget about it. Then they claim it as abandoned funds.
I've actually seen someone do it 6 times. They make the when you apply over the computer for the CP 575, and then you could print out,
Mhm.
this is your number and all that. You can actually tear off that bottom part, and on there it has a bunch of nines. And he actually wrote it out for 9 billion. He spelt it all out, and he did a non-cash deposit into his bank, and sure enough, it's right there on his statement. He did with 6 of those, but supposedly it's the account number that's somehow attached or something.
Mhm.
But 6 times it's right there in his account
Oh wow.
deposited. Yeah.
Hey, look, it's more than one way to skin a cat. That's not something I know how to do, and I'm not saying that you can't do it. That's kind of creative. And that's what I'm saying, y'all. Like, this shit is all fake.
Yep.
Okay? It really is. It's all fake. The way that this thing is set up to, like, it is, oh my God, it is to play with your mind. It really
Yep.
is to play with your mind. But once you sit down and really think about it and you know, like, no, I have the win here. I have a clear victory here. Like, I see a clear pathway to victory. But you
Mm-hmm.
have to be consistent and adamant and do not give up. When you ask that bank, ask the bank, do a FOIA on the bank. They'll try to play games with you like they're not under federal jurisdiction. Yes, you are. You're a bankrupt.
Yeah.
You're bankrupt. They try to play games like, oh no, we're insolvent. Look at all these assets we got. Oh, bankruptcy estates, money belonging to other people. Is that
Yeah.
what you got? Cause all that's debt. You got debt
Yeah.
on both sides of this ledger. That makes you insolvent. That's how they cook the books and make it look like they have more money than they really do because they robbing these accounts blind.
Mm-hmm.
The
Mm-hmm.
numbers, they just are numbers on the screen. That's all. But in terms of that money that's in these bankruptcy estates, oh yeah, after a certain amount of years, they claim it as abandoned estates,
Yeah.
and that's how
Yep.
they get rich. It's a dirty
Christi-
game.
Christine, I have a question. You
Yes,
mentioned earlier using a marriage license, the insurance policy from a marriage license.
yes.
Um, how would you access that? And can you, if you're already divorced, is
Mhm.
that account still active?
It depends on how long it's been since you've divorced.
It's only been a month and a half, 2 months.
Okay, yeah, it should still be there. What you would do is a FOIA request to the Justice of the Peace. You want a FOIA request, you want to all records related to your decedent and your husband's decedent. Those decedent accounts are holding insurance policies. That's how they were supposed. So when you got married in the state, the reason for it is not just to give you a shiny license. It was so that you and your husband would have funds to be able to pay like for whatever y'all needed. It was supposed to
Wow.
be a service. Yeah. It's supposed to pay for what you need, but shit, $22 million? And you
Yeah,
don't
and
know
the
about it?
yeah. Yeah, I would really like to access. We just got a divorce, and even though, well, not to put all my business out there,
I
but
understand.
basically there was no remedy for me. I have the four children. I've had sole custody of the four children,
Mhm.
and really no recourse
Sure.
for him. So I definitely want to see about accessing that if there's still time for me to
Yes,
do that.
if you still have your license, take a copy
I
of
do.
it, take a picture of it, attach it to your FOIA request, and you be specific. You're specifically asking for the bankruptcy estate um, records that is attached to this marriage license. You want all the accounts, any records, any accounts. You give them your name forward and backward. You refer to that as a federal person, U.S. decedent, or you could federal person. U.S. bankruptcy estate. You can refer to it like that, okay? And you tell them I want all records related to this entity, this person, and wait for that request to come through. It depends on what they say. I can't tell you like what they're going to say, but you're waiting to see what they say on that FOIA request, what information you get. If it's not satisfactory, then you need the bankruptcy court to compel them to give it to you. Because that
And so
justice of the peace that married y'all, that justice of the peace more than likely is the person that's holding your estate. They know about the
what
money.
what if we were married by a church, by a pastor, a
That's
minister?
fine. The same. I did y'all hear the president come out and say that he's gonna make churches, they are not considered 501c3s. He said no, these ain't all. He's taking that designation away from some I don't know if all churches or some churches, because the church is the church is taking crazy amounts of money from the people, and not they don't really give anything back. They don't give
They are
anything back
abusing
to
their
they're
privilege.
abusing, yeah, they're abusing that. Okay, some of these churches are saying like you must pay 10%. You have to pay 10%, but 10% was supposed to be of like whatever you had. If I have time, okay, let's say, I don't know, I got a little bit of time. Y'all need somebody to look after the children. I could look after the children of the church. That could be my 10%. My 10% is, hey, do y'all want to eat after church? I could fry up some chicken. I make some good chicken. Yeah, I can. That could be my 10%. It never said that 10% you gotta reach in your pocket and give me cash money.
Nope.
No,
They need to
and
go read what the Levites were supposed to do. They ain't had nothing to do with money.
nope, no,
And it
and
was for everybody to come together and take part in those tithes.
yes, in those time, and they're not doing that. They're not using the money. So when members of the congregation come forth, they getting evicted. This is happening to them. That's happening to them. Well, you supposed to be a not-for-profit, so that means that the purpose for you even existing is for the welfare of the congregation. But you're not helping them. You're just taking money from them. And so I agree. No, take that designation away from them and make them pay taxes to their congregation. You want me to come up in here, you go pay me some tax money since you taking. Otherwise, then you just make your own church at home with your family. Really like you supposed to do. We ain't even really supposed to be in these churches.
Christina, you talking?
Yeah, go ahead. I can hear you.
I was just listening to you. I said you're talking. I mean,
Oh.
Yeah,
he
she started preaching now.
So
Christina,
yeah,
you
so
you
yeah,
Christina,
yeah.
you
See,
cooking. It's
Christina
been
on
it's been
fire.
it's
She
been
on
five
fire.
hours and you
Yeah,
I
you
cooking.
on a
know.
roll,
I
God.
miss talking to y'all. I really did, but it was just so much stuff going on. I'm like, I need to pause the business for a second. I had got sick, court. I got just it's so much going on, but I do miss talking to y'all all the time. And so, did y'all have any other? I need to
I
wrap this
do.
up. Yes, go
I
ahead.
do have
Yeah,
one more.
Christina,
I
would
just
you
got
ever be
one
doing an
after them.
ebook on this for you
Would
with the
y'all like
film?
me to? I would make that
Yeah,
free to
yeah,
everybody here. I sure will do an
yeah, an
ebook, and
ebook, and
y'all
then
have a. I
like
can
you
do
said,
that.
even with the thumb drives where we can download
Access
it.
it.
And
I can do that.
yes,
I can do
I'd
that
Can
for
I'd
you
y'all.
can
appreciate
you
that.
can you stroll to the top of this document so I can see it
Sure.
again, please?
Yes, of course.
Can we also get
Sorry.
information about the
Can
check,
you
the check situation with the check, making our own checks?
Yes.
And
See, the thing with the
Oh
we need a
yeah,
checks,
yeah. I
donation.
okay?
see.
We need a
Because
donation.
listen, because they are playing games where they're not trying to be honest about this decedent account that they have. That account will pay whatever you put to it. I kind of wanted to hold off on teaching y'all how to do these checks simply because if they start playing this game with you, you can become confused about okay, what's what. Or if they say, oh, you committing check fraud, or you committing this type of fraud, you trying to defraud the FDIC, and then you don't know what to do to stop them from doing this. Do y'all understand? So I kind of felt like it would be negligent on my part to release it and not really give you the full scope of the details. So, what I've done is I've sent a FOIA to the comptroller of the currency because if you want to purchase something like a car, and everybody go and look at this, I'll tell you guys what I've discovered so far. On the title, okay, so like if you want to, what do they call that? When you want to request a title, at the DMV to request a copy of a title, on that document itself, it asks what type of entity is requesting the title. So, like, let's say you looked at a Wagoneer you wanted to buy, Wagoneer, $100,000. Okay, you get the
Is
information
that
off
the
the.
MSO?
No, not the MSO, not the MSO. And really that's the document that you really want. You really don't want the certificate of title, you really want that MSO. However, you can get the comptroller of the currency on this and I really don't want to use that way, but I sent it to the comptroller of the currency and I asked him in a FOIA request about information, because that's what they say about the FOIA request, about information that already exists. If a government wanted to acquire a car, how would they do it based off this form? Because it says on the form that a government can use this form to do an acquisition on a vehicle. So if the government can do a, we're the government. If the government can do an acquisition on the vehicle, I need all records, all details regarding how governments do acquisitions on vehicles. And I sent it to the comptroller of the currency to find out. So I have to wait. I have to wait until the comptroller responds to find out how do we use these agencies to acquire a car, to acquire a house. How do you use them? Because the way that we're using them right now is not right. We supposed to be using our own instruments for exchange. But if you use your own instrument, they don't honor it. They don't honor it. Or they'll tell, oh, it's missing something. Y'all playing games. Even if I gave you this instrument with no account numbers on it, you still will have to process it. And they know this to be true.
Yeah, and that's in accordance with the Bill of Exchange Act. So it's
Yes. The bill of
yeah,
exchange, it don't say nothing about, oh, you gotta have fancy
it
numbers. You
doesn't.
got no. I just give you the bill. The payee, who the payee, the payor. That's it. And I endorse it and hand it over to you. And you hand over the property. They don't want to go by that because they can't make a profit off that, so they play games. Oh, we don't accept that. Oh, where you learn this from, a sovereign citizen? Oh, no, we gonna have to report this to the FBI. This check fraud, bank fraud. They start playing these games with you. Did somebody else have a question? Did I
I
answer
did,
the question?
Christina.
I have
Okay.
one question.
Okay.
Yeah, I just got one, two, and then I'm.
Okay.
Um, so my thing is, so I'm going to do a FOIA request, but I did the borrow from
Mhm.
yourself back in May of 2024.
Okay.
And so they obviously they're playing with people. So what I did was, they sent a letter saying they need an additional 60 days, 180 days. That went
Oh my
past.
God.
I do have a credit though. I requested to get my transcripts. They refused to send it to me. And I record every conversation I have with each person. And they never sent it. So I had to go to like the local IRS and get it myself. That's
Mhm.
how I knew I had a credit on there. So I did get that. But
Does
now
it
I
say a
reached out.
credit? It says it on your transcript.
It's a credit on there. Yep. The credit is
These
on there. It's there. But
bastards. Ugh. I'm
so
so sorry, y'all.
they haven't released it yet. But I did reach out to TAS and
Bastards.
they closed my case and then sent it back to whoever. So
Okay.
I found that out by calling TAS. I didn't even know that they
They
did that. So
closed it.
I
Mhm.
called and someone reopened the case for me. So
Okay.
she said, because none of the agents knew who has the return, what are you guys doing? No one can
Mhm.
see that. And so the lady from TASK, she said, well, it looks like the frivolous department has it.
You
After I
see?
already opted out
Yeah,
of
you see how
all of
they
the
call their
programs,
minions? Yeah, they gotta call their minions.
yes, so she found out directly who actually has it. So I'm like, okay. Um, I was thinking about like they actually have like a private mailing that I was gonna mail to them
Okay.
something. Because I need answers. Like, why do you have it? Especially
Yeah,
after
why
I
this
didn't
is
send
yeah,
I
I didn't
sent
give it
said
to
I've opted out
you.
of all programs way before you guys
Correct.
had it.
Correct. And this is the thing. This is what they're doing. When you send your return, your returns are electronically scanned. It is not handled by a person. The
Mm-hmm.
system is set up to notify somebody, oh, we don't like what this tax return asking. We don't like it. Give it to a person. Yeah, so they can be negligent with your return and they can start asking you, oh, can you give me a death certificate? Oh, can you give me proof that you're the executor? They just start
Mm-hmm.
this mess, this game that they're playing. Now all of a sudden the account went from we see your credits to a frivolous filing. Now
Yeah.
how did it get to that? Where did the credits disappear to?
And she said, she said they'll probably send you something. Well, okay, it's been almost a year. They haven't sent anything.
Oh my God.
So
I'm so
I'm
sorry,
like,
y'all. Good Lord.
so I'm gonna try the FOIA request, but I am gonna send something to them their private mailing in.
Yes.
You have one, and I found that, and I'm gonna go ahead and send that to them
They
because I
have
want
one
to figure
private.
out.
That's good. Yes, use if you found a private mailing address. Yes, contact them. Send a FOIA request, and you want the identities too. You want the names of the people that touched your return. You want to know who these are, the bureaucrats. This is what the president trying to get out of the government. This is why he laying all of their asses off, because we don't know who it is. We
Mhm.
don't know who it is within these. It's unfortunate. I'm sorry you have to lose your job, but if it is your job or us getting ripped off, I guess it's your job because they are
Right.
ripping us the fuck off, and it's ridiculous. So yes, I totally understand why he's doing what he's doing, but agencies like the IRS, the DOJ, that's these bureaucracies within them. That's okay. We can't let too many people get a return back, so we gonna let a couple people get a return back, and then we go scare the hell out of them by telling them they talking to a scammer, somebody that's giving them scamming information. She must be a sovereign citizen or someone like that. She's
Right.
trying to make you distrust me, to sow distrust. You think they telling you the truth? The people that's robbing you, the ones that told you that you got a credit, and all of a sudden your credit's just yeah, that's the problem.
Mhm.
These fucking thieves.
And they
And I
doing
want to
definition
know
of
who
character.
touched your account. Who moved the credit? Where did the credits go? They can't just disappear into thin air.
Mhm.
And that's what the FOIA request is for. The FOIA request is to get, I need to know who touched these records. There needs to be a chain of custody. I need to know who accessed this account. Someone is using my information, identity. Y'all might not be able to explain it, but you can say that someone at the IRS is using my identity. Sometimes y'all can play like you know less than you do.
You
That
do. Yeah.
works.
Yep.
That
Yep. It
really
does.
does work, to pretend that you know less than you do. So when you call them and you say, "Hey, I believe someone at the IRS is using my identity without my consent." Oh, well, man, what do you mean? Oh, okay, I was expecting a $25,000 check to come through the mail, but I think it's been intercepted by someone at the IRS who's not me. And you keep saying that, you sound like just a third grader. Keep saying the same thing. Someone who is not me, I believe, has access to my account. How can I find out who accessed it?
Worked for me.
It works.
Okay.
It does. It does work when you pretend to know less than you do. So I'm sorry, y'all. I get this so much. People like Christina, they say they see the credits, but they ain't released the check to me. These
Oh, they gonna release
bastards.
it.
These bastards. But I'm glad y'all at least see the credit, so you know that I didn't tell you a lie. They are playing games.
None of us are
Definitely
gonna
playing
get
games.
Monday now.
Christina, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
This is Gwendolyn.
Hey, Miss Gwendolyn.
Um, the Ameris Bank sold my house to Planet Home Lending.
Okay.
Who do I send the FOIA request to?
To the person, the first company.
Ameris?
Yes. And you
Okay.
want, okay, you want from them. I'm gonna try to get some examples out. I hate it. I know I be saying like I'm gonna get examples, and then I get busy doing something else, and I don't get the chance to do it. Okay, so you want to send a FOIA to the first mortgage company under bankruptcy, okay? Because there is no money in the public. So you're concerned about what's being transferred. What exactly are you transferring? They're transferring your bankruptcy estate to Planet Home Lending to manage, okay? So you want to do a FOIA request and you want all records related uh, to this transfer. You want to all records related to um, any bankruptcy actions or cases under Title 11 of the Bankruptcy Code. You can put your social security number on the FOIA request and write your name. You say, hey, I would like information about this federal person. You put your first name, your middle name, and your last name, and then you put a slash. Bankruptcy estate, and then you write your name, last name, your first name in the middle, and then your middle name at the end. So you've covered both your state person and your territory person, which is the decedent, and you want all records related to these entities that is in the possession of that mortgage company, because you want to know they transferred something. What was it that you transferred? Was it an account? Well, how much was in it? All the money that you paid plus your promissory note.
Okay.
So yes, FOIA requests. FOIA, listen, these FOIA requests, you could find out with these FOIA, if you're creative enough, you can find out how to discharge your, like I said, your rent. You could find out if you're creative enough and asking for the records, the specific bankruptcy records that you want for, and you list both entities because they're on your, like, for your bank account. Like, my name is Christina M. Wilson, okay? So on my bank account, I can see all the transactions for Christina M. Wilson. The account that I can't see is Wilson Christina M. That's what I can't see. That's what I'm asking them for. And that's what they have because FDIC insurance creates a bankruptcy estate so that the policy can be held. But the policy has to be held offshore. It can't, Mort Mains can't operate in Midland, United States. They can't operate, so they have to go out to a territory. They know
Okay.
exactly when you ask them, if you can call them over the phone, like if you have a bill or a debt, call them over the phone and let them know that, hey, go ahead and discharge this debt under this decedent. Give them the social security number and the name of the decedent. This account is in bankruptcy. So if there are any debts or any charges, go ahead and discharge these debts against that bankruptcy estate.
Okay, I got
You,
one more thing.
mhm.
I did the BFF. I'm saying the back
Mhm.
for borrow from yourself.
Yes.
I did get a letter. They told me to give them an extra 180 days, but they also asked, they said someone was trying to use my account
Oh my
and they
God.
asked, was that
Mhm.
me? So I haven't responded because I didn't
You didn't
know.
understand what they meant.
Right.
Okay, no, that's okay. You want to get an understanding of what do you mean when you say someone was trying to use my account? Is this someone who's not me? Who
Okay,
is that
so
someone?
so I will call them and question them about
Sure.
that.
Yes.
Okay.
Call them. Yes. Who was the someone that tried to access my account? Do you have their name? May I have their name? Or do I need to send a FOIA request to get this information? What is it that you need? You need to know that. Who tried to access it? And what, another question you want to raise, because they play so many games, is what led you to believe that someone who isn't me tried to access the account? Like,
Okay.
what indicated this to you? Like, what was it that made you think that someone else tried to access the account?
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Christina,
Christina, can you add me to the Dropbox, please?
And let me do it right now while I got you. I don't want y'all cursing me, y'all. I get cursed. I get cursed every day. I know.
You
I
ain't
get
Me as
lying.
cursed.
well.
You
Me
ain't
as well.
lying,
Christina, can I
Please,
Christina.
jump
I
in
put my
while you're
email
doing that?
in.
I get cursed.
Hey,
Yes.
Oh, quick.
the SNAP benefits. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes.
Mine is quick. I'm sorry. This is really quick because she touched
Yes,
on it
ma'am.
already. You when you're doing this process in reference to the rent, are you able to use this process when the landlord is the owner and the manager?
Property.
What is it?
No, you
Property
can't.
manager.
No,
That's what
you
I thought.
can't. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
that's
You
all I
can't.
wanted to know. Thank
Yes,
you so
ma'am.
much.
I should have specified that. Okay, so if you dealing with like a ma and pa, okay,
Mm-hmm.
somebody that's just working for themselves, like you are renting directly from the person, no, this is not the same situation.
Right. Okay.
No. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You
Okay.
very welcome.
I
The
have a quick
SNAP
question.
benefits.
SNAP
The SNAP
benefits.
benefits.
Okay.
I got
Yes.
denied, but you said, I know you said in January 18th, Zoom, that you went to their handbook. The only thing I found was unearned income. Was that what you was talking about?
I think that's what you call it. It is unearned. Let me look. I never sat down and went back. Let me look.
I
I
think that's
want to
what it
say it's
was.
unearned because they try
Unearned
to
income. That's the
call
only thing I found.
income, it has a specific meaning.
Yep.
Yes,
It
yes,
has
yes,
a
yes.
specific meaning. So when they deny you, they're trying to say, oh, okay, look, and pensions and benefits. Okay, so unearned income refers to money received without actively working for it.
Yes, and I get
No.
unemployment, and I don't know how they found out. I locked everything, and they still found it. And I was
Okay,
like, okay, let me go read the handbook. And I remember you saying something
I
about it was in the
know.
handbook. The only
What
thing I found was unearned
income
income.
is exempt from HHSC? I forget. I don't know. Why can't
I
I
think that's
find
it.
it? It's not unearned income. It's
I think
something
it's
else.
not. Oh,
No,
okay.
something else. Seven is TANF. Child support,
And that was my
education, lump
question.
sum, veterans benefits, depend on the type of income. No, it's I think it's something like non-money sources, something
So
funny like that.
how do you get around when they try to have the requirements of you having to work?
Um, because what they're doing is they're accessing your decedent. Your decedent is holding up that U.S. citizen, that bankruptcy estate. That U.S. citizen is a decedent. So
Right,
that
right,
account is holding like is responsible for paying your benefits. Your okay. So like if you have a job, most people don't know that they have a bankruptcy estate wherever they get that Social Security number at. Wherever you give that Social Security number, um, it creates like an insurance policy. It creates an insurance policy. So, in order
right.
for them to deposit the insurance policy, they have to take the account offshore. So that's what they do. They take the account offshore. They give the money to the account, and so anytime you need something, they just take it out that offshore account and they transfer it to you here in the states.
Yeah,
Um, let me
I'm here
read
in
this.
Florida, but okay,
Non-money sources exempt from HH. I think it's something like non-money sources, but
yeah.
I pretty much told them non-monetary sources, vehicles, burial
Does it have
funds, and
something to do
plots.
with gross income and income, the way the words are defined?
No, it's not
Well,
gross income.
I sent that, and they still they overlooked it and denied me.
Listen to me. Since I cannot remember what it was I said to them. Listen to me. This is what you're going to do. The public is in bankruptcy. So whatever that income is that is being reflected, request from the Health and Human Services, request them records from them to find out exactly what it is that's saying that you're making too much money to qualify for those benefits. I would like to know exact because this is not classified as income, and I hate that I cannot think of the damn word. But I was talking to this lady, and I was reading through the handbook, and she kept telling me like, "Oh, no, this is counted as income," and I'm like, "No, it's not counted as income." Now I didn't know to say bankruptcy at that time, but I said this word that was in their manual.
What?
Sis,
Hey,
Turn
it's
the water
fine.
on the room.
I'll keep researching. That's
Let me
You
fine.
see.
got to do it right
Texas
now.
HHSC, um, n- non-money.
so,
I want to
so
say it's
our
like non-money sources that I told her, and they went ahead and approved it right then and there. They say, okay, well, we'll go ahead and approve it, and you'll get your card in the mail. Policies with low cash value may be exempt.
Trust.
No,
Let's
it's
see.
not that.
Please send us your documents in many ways.
Nope, it's not that one. Oh, I gotta make sure I'm not exposing
Now
false
that wording is so
information.
important because they're even trying to include Social Security, disability payments,
That's
and things like that
insurance.
as
Yeah,
income.
insurance is exempt. That's insurance. Let me see. I hate. Give me 1 second. Uh, let me see what exempt. I cannot remember what it was, and she went ahead and sent my application through, and she was like, "Yeah, that's true. If you designate that the money as that, then we can't assess your SNAP based on this." About income administers Social Security Act, Administrative Code for income exemptions adjusted by the program, certain better veteran benefits, tax credits,
Is it
refunds.
pursuant to the Food Stamp
Designated,
Act?
yes,
For that way?
non-governmental aid, cash from charities or private social services, in-kind income, irregular gifts. No, it wasn't that.
Guardianship, custody. Let's see who you live with, who's moved out.
Capital loss is exempt.
Hmm.
Is unless listed above. Exempt income. SSI won't disqualify
Doesn't
you
have
from
anything to do with
Medicaid.
income being classified with the IRS as capital gain.
No, not as capital gains. CFO oversight, SSI tax credits, certain VA. I think it's non-cash aid. I think that's it right here. Non-cash aid. Let me look this one up. Let me see what they mean by that. And some of these terms are tricky. Non is income exempt and broader thread about non-cash aid is assistance provided as good and service or in kind benefits, not money. Yeah, non-cash aid. Non-cash aid is assistance provided as good and services or in kind benefits, not money, intended to meet basic needs. It's distinct from cash payments like wages or SSI. Let me see. No, because you get, I think you say you get SSI. I don't think that. But
Nah,
SSI is
I get
insurance.
unemployment.
That's
I just get
insurance.
unemployment.
Yeah,
Okay.
insurance is Texas. Let me see. HHC.
I appreciate it. I can look it up myself. I
Insurance.
just
Yes, I think it's insurance from HHSC guidelines.
How could they even consider that as income when there's no money anyway?
Um, I'm
That's
sorry, I'm listening to you. Interpret
yeah,
insurance
no.
proceeds, damage, health costs rather than premiums or policy. Counting income and resources, not counting as income or resources affecting benefits, reimbursements, disaster relief. Okay, here you go. In regular payments, ongoing insurance from private policy, count as unearned income, cash surrender value, proceeds held. They have in the HHSC, they have what's called disaster relief exemption. If you lose your job and you unemployed, it sounds like disaster relief insurance to me.
right.
Reimbursements, lost items covering specific. I'm almost done. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm coming. Y'all hungry? Okay, I'm coming.
No,
Uh,
and here's what
Oh,
you're
they should
providing.
be
Life
hungry.
insurance. I
It's
No,
been
know.
5 hours.
I has. I know. They looking at me
no.
crazy.
This is what's happening. You are providing voluntary information. Why?
No, he
Why?
didn't. He didn't provide it. They went and searched his information. They searched it and they found it, even though he didn't give it to them. And they shouldn't be doing that either. They
Exactly.
shouldn't do that. Yes, I definitely agree. But I think he should, that unemployment is insurance. What I would do is that FOIA request. Ask the Health and Human Services what is its policy on insurance? Which types of insurance is exempt from being counted as income in the HHSC database? That's what you want to know. What type of insurance? And you be specific. I want all types of insurance. Okay, so you can explain to me which insurances are exempt from HHSC rules and guidelines. And if they send you that FOIA back and it says on there that, oh, we exempt these type of insurance policies, technically they should exempt all of them, because by them saying that, oh, we exempt some and we accept others, is this, it's inconsistent. It should be the same across the board. Either you accept insurance or you don't. So you can do that FOIA request to the Health and Human Services and ask them for all records and information related to exemptions for certain or any type of insurance, but exemptions for insurance policies. You want to know specifically if it says that your type of insurance is exempt, because this is really just a reimbursement if you think about it. Unemployment insurance is technically something that you paid into, like a nest egg. And now the Health and Human Services is trying to say, oh, this is income. No, it's not. It's not income.
Right.
And that's
Nothing.
why and that's why the
Thank you. I
codes are
appreciate it.
there. And that's why the codes are there, Christina, because we have to read to understand, because Christina's not going to be in our ear when we go and defend ourselves.
Yeah.
So you have to read those codes to protect ourselves,
And think about
right?
it like, and think of a way to like use it to your advantage. Don't just read it and take it at face value. Some things have to like be dissected. You kind of have to see the bigger picture when you're reading some of these codes. Like y'all didn't know what a US territory was. You know what I mean? Like you have to kind of
Read
delve into
the
some of these
judiciary
meanings.
and interpret it.
Yes,
Yeah, that's
yes.
what I do. I read
You
and
delve
then I put
into
it in
it.
Chat GBT
Right.
and AI lawyer
Use it in a
and I
Christina,
come up
sentence.
with
Yes.
something.
Chris,
Yes.
go feed your
Mhm.
babies. Yep,
Yes.
that's me.
Will
This
you
I
let
Trina.
me to
Go
drop
ahead.
box?
This
Yeah, I
Trina.
Yes, I
appreciate you.
can. Hey,
Feed your
Trina,
baby.
I love you, Trina. Okay, yes. Who's the person? Give me your email right this
Dropbox.
moment. I'm waiting for you. Give it to me.
It's Deja, SDEJA 52 at Gmail.
Have to at
Are you gonna add the
gmail
coupon
dot
information
com.
back on there?
I
The
could,
video?
yes. S
Okay, thanks.
Stasia, did I STEJA?
No, it's S as in Sam,
Mhm.
D as in dog, EJA 52
SDEJA52
at
at
Gmail.
gmail.com. Okay, you should get a request right now.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
check
And you're
to
gonna
make sure
post
you
this
got it.
video, right?
There's a
Yes.
couple of
This
us
is
that
bad
need the
coupon.
Dropbox info. We
I
put
can
all
put
our
in my
emails in
mail.
your chat.
Okay, no, let me. I'm gonna do it right here. Let me. How the shit? How I get to the chat, y'all? Okay, wait.
Yep, I just got
Participant
it.
chat. There it is. Okay, let me see. Oh God, y'all been talking a lot. Okay, Jil Marion. I got you. Let me open it up so I can add everybody.
Oh no, I'm already in there,
Okay,
JL
you
Marion.
in
I'm
there?
in there.
Okay,
Thank
JL
you, thank you.
Marion. Okay, I just didn't want to pass you up. Let Christina get her. I know we ain't talked in a while, so it's okay, y'all.
No,
Okay,
not the baby's hungry.
I know, I hear him here and there too.
While you're adding people, I wanted
Yeah.
to let everybody know that they can get their 147 seeds or the 670. You can get it in like a week and a half. If you call the IRS
Mhm.
and you let them know, hey, I forgot to accept and request the 147 Cs for my
Okay.
entities, they will go ahead and accept them each one by one, up to 5 per phone call. I did mine and I got it within a week and a half.
Okay, what is that?
Yeah, what is that?
That's the payment vouchers, the
That's what.
147.
Oh, okay.
Yes, 670s.
I didn't know what those were. 670s.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So you don't have to write accept and, accept for value. You can call them and they'll do it over the phone.
Okay.
And you
Oh
said it was
wow.
the
What do
147?
they do?
You got the number? You got the phone number?
I just called the regular number, but I made sure that I
Oh, well,
pressed
that's
for
fine. I
the
got it.
EIN for the prompt for the EINs.
EIN. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I got that person. I'm coming. I'm
And
coming.
what
Gmail.
advantage do you get by having those?
Oh, those are payment vouchers.
Mhm.
Also, Christina,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
wanted to say that I have a substantial amount of money coming from the Treasury. Is there any
Oh
way
my
I can reach out to you?
God. Very,
Is
I'm
there any
happy for
way?
you.
Thank you. Is there any way that I can reach out to you for a consultation?
Let me see. Um, I want to talk to
I,
you just because, just to help you out. Can you like give me a rough draft like without releasing your information? Give me, I know I can't, give me 1 second, okay? I'm sorry, y'all. Do you want like advice on like how to deposit it? Are you trying to like set up your
yeah.
trust? Is that what you
Well,
want?
I would really like to talk to you in
Okay,
private.
I understand. I totally
And then
understand.
once we talk and everything, and then everybody else can know.
Okay, no, I respect that. Okay, so yes, I'm gonna say yes.
Thank
Can
you.
I get
I
them
want
form
to
numbers again?
say again. Were you saying something? Is that Giglio? Can
No,
you
that
hear
was
He was
me?
saying
Tori.
what the phone number was.
Which my number? I got a business, a work number.
I think he was saying for the bonds. I think.
For
Oh, to the
the
IRS, he was asking the young lady that's talking right now about how the vouchers,
Yes, let me
growth and
see if
prosperity.
I have so many
I
notes, you guys.
growth and prosperity. I added you so many times. I don't know what the hell. I'm moving over, y'all, to the website. I have to leave Gumroad because what's happening is that I think I explained it a million times, but their security feature, when you pay for the subscription, I paid someone to set it up to where it automatically like it authenticates you and then it sends you a link to grant you access to Dropbox. But Gumroad security feature terminates it because it sees it as some sort of data breach. So they don't allow the algorithm to send you a private email to grant you access to Dropbox. So I've tried every way I could to get like, hey, can y'all disarm this feature? They were like, nope, we can't disarm it. I'm like, okay, well, I have to build a website in order to transfer everybody over to the website so that when you subscribe, you can get access. This is just a mess.
Gumroad
Christina,
is so much fun.
it's going on 6 hours. The
I
baby's gotta
know
sleep.
he is Shin.
Christina,
Hey,
you should save the
Shin.
Just
chat.
I
check
think
out,
that's
Christina.
selfish. I think that's selfish.
Yes, I'm
Just
gonna
tell
go,
everybody
y'all.
goodbye.
I know.
See
I
you
love
next
Thank you.
time.
y'all so
Bye. Thank
much. I
you.
enjoyed it. I love y'all. Yes, I'll
Thank
talk to you
you.
guys.
Thank you,
Thank you
Okay,
for
Christina.
thank y'all
everything.
too.
Love
I'm
you.
I'm
Bye bye,
adding.
Christina.
I love you too.
Bye.
I'm adding
Later,
everybody.
sis.
I love you too.
Don't
Appreciate
feed the
it.
Thank
babies.
you,
You are
Christina.
very
You're a legend.
Have a
welcome.
good
Y'all are
night.
welcome. Have a good night.
You
You
too.
too.
Good night.
Yes. I know. Sorry. Yeah, bring my responsibility. Hmm. My responsibility. Oh, I didn't. I'm just ready to see the baby. Let me see. Did I hang up? Oh yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah.